Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, citizens, residents, and visitors, and welcome back to the Cravenstown streaming complex. And if it is your first time here, welcome to Cravenstown on this Sunday, the 14th of October 2018, for the RPG stream. And right off the bat, we have a councillor, a resident, and a citizen. A councillor, mighty warm welcome to Councillor Lila. To, in fact, I can't be 100% sure, but if you're a resident or not, but Pallegina, that is an unfamiliar name to me. Welcome, sir or madam. And I am loving that heart emoji. I mean, one does see many a heart emoji across Twitch, but what is that? I don't know, but it's totes adorbs, and welcome. It's a delight to see you. And Citizen Mike, hello, sir. Chilling on your Sunday afternoon. How do one and all? Where's my flags? Just in case I need them. Here they are. Excellent. How are we, folks? I realise normally there's always something, but 9 times out of 10 goes slightly a bit off when I'm doing my setup, my launch, and this time, as I had a lot of issues with prep and chilling in the chilly air. Indeed, the seasons are turning, the world is spinning, and Jack Frost is on his way, if not already here in some cases. I've always got my little bits that I'm going on my routine, and because I share the internet, I'm hoping to get my own line installed in here in this shared house, but I've got to make sure everything's okay. And I've got one housemate who does a lot of busy technical work doing uploads as well, so I've been looking at the bitrate a bit nervously, and I made sure it was okay to reset the router. And anyway, point is, I was doing all that prep, and while I was doing so much and doing a lot of double checking of stuff, I left my mic on during the whole opening segments. Have you heard like shaky glug? That was me having a drink and just doing my busy work while the opening music goes on. And your Uko, now that is a name I do recognise. Uko187, and I like the name change, Pallegina or Pallegina, depending on how you're making a hard or a soft G. I like it. Well, it's delightful to have you back. A hello from me and a hello from Mogwai. I'm gonna make sure he starts making more of an appearance. He's been my office mascot, my desk mascot for so long. I'm not gonna do a sort of Ryan and Breezy style thing. That'd be too much of a rip to have Mogwai and all his gremlin glory on my shoulder the whole time, but he'll just be here. Dinner and Krayven. What more could you? Exactly. I don't know. Metric ton of chocolate and $8 million. Pounds. Sorry, God, been around the Americans too much. Nothing wrong with that at all, but you know, just for the value of the respective currency, I'll take our British pound sterling. Thank you very much. What delights are you cooking up, Lila? So, folks, by folks I mean you're the residents and the citizens and the people from across the Badlands and across the country and around the world and in the various the multiverse, fantastical, real or otherwise, that we all occupy, that rock up here to the Cravenstown streaming complex from your duties and your activities and your raids and your salvaging and whatever else that you feel fits the mythos of Cravenstown. I hope it's been awesome. I hope everyone has had a great weekend. For my own part, do catch me up what you've been going on, some fun little highlights of what you've been doing, especially stuff in the real world, you know, and all that, or if you come across something just hilarious and you post it about, I'm all agog and hoping to hear your stories. It's been a bit of a quiet one for the mayor. So quiet I'm talking about myself in the third person more than usual, which is extra douchey. But I have gotten on top of a lot of things. Don't know why I'm looking around this empty room to sort of get people to acknowledge, to get the voices in my head to acknowledge what I'm saying. It's been one of those catch up on the old chores weekends. All my meat is in, as I order my meat separately with my groceries, and I'm sorted for the next 6 weeks on all that kind of stuff. Laundry's done on the last day before it pissed it down with rain. That's never mind all my little silly chores things. Let's see. Wife and I went to an amazing record store and picked up a few gems. That is a cool highlight, Mike. I love it. It's like a proper LP. Did you get some proper vinyl? It's getting rarer and rarer. What gems did you get? It's like, yeah, what is your jam? what is your music? Because for me, I'd be on the hunt for sort of old, sort of 60s and 70s rock classics myself. So catch me up. And Callie, you applied to sewing and tailoring. That's awesome. Like, so seamstressing school, sewing school, like proper tailoring. So that's not just sewing and seamstressing, but specifically for making clothes. That is amazing. That is, fingers crossed, and I think everyone here will wave the town flag for that. We'll very much hope that you get in. That's such an amazing thing to do. And you made Christmas cookies today. You know what? Normally, I'm one of these hardened cynics regarding the encroachment of Christmas to earlier in the year, but I will happily and readily make an exception for early Christmas cookies. They can never come early enough. Mr. Andrew Aldrich, Citizen Andrew Aldrich, good evening, sir. Low to you too, and might I add a hell to that low. And as Lila says, Callie, I'm sure you've got that. That is such a cool thing. And I tell you what, I would love to see this. Should you get it? Sorry, never mind. When? Because I am quietly confident. I'm not quietly confident, loudly confident. When you get in to sewing and tailoring whatnot school, which is what it'll be known from now on. If you do anything kind of particularly artistic, or you're working on your clothes and you're doing some of your sewing exams, if you're not already, and Discord is your jam, we have an artisan section, the industrial yards, the makers district, as it were. And in Artisans Alley, one of the more general place to post your things, because we've got some dedicated ones for building PCs and submitting mods and things that a lot of people in gaming world love to do. But I would genuinely love to see someone in the community, one of the residents who's got a skill for tailoring and sewing, posting a bit of that in there. There's no obligation to at all. If you feel I'm putting you on the spot at all, I'm not. I'm sorry. It just crossed my mind, and it's such a cool and unique thing. I would, if you feel confident enough sharing it, and it just seems like something that you'd be like, actually, yeah, that came out really cool. Artisans Alley in the full Krayven's town would be a great place for that. I'd be super keen. And with the food court, townspeople clothes, excellent. And the food court, if you feel like posting your cookies to make us all hungry and jealous. Mike, you got, oh my word, Bowie's Black Star, Beatles Abbey Road, and the heavy metal music from the motion picture film. Would that be Rockstar or actual motion picture soundtrack of heavy metal? All three of those are amazing. You got the Beatles Abbey Road on vinyl, and I was about to say the one that became very popular again when South Park did the sort of parody of it, when Kenny keeps getting high on cat pee, and they bring back the animated heavy metal style stuff. It's such a cool, weird film. You got, and this is on Vice, so you got Bowie's Beatles Abbey Road, holy shit, and heavy metal, the motion picture sound. I reckon potentially the actual heavy metal music, the motion picture soundtrack. Yeah, amazing tune. Hey, Ruthless, it's Neil. Oh, fantastic. Hello, Neil. Loving the content, keep it up. Miss Top Notch. I'll take a miss. I'm very gender fluid when I'm in the role of being the mayor. I am a man, or I'm potentially a woman who's kind of let herself go a little bit, shall we say. But Neil/Ruthless, it's a delight to see you. The cookies were not pretty, but were they delicious? That's the all-important thing. Much like the push in the war against food waste to have non-aesthetically pleasing fruit is still good to eat in the fruit sections and excellent for jams and preserves. Let's not body shame cookies. Body shaming's terrible. Let's shame our own bodies by eating cookies of all shapes and sizes. She does not have a rolling pin. She resort to a wide bottom. That's amazing. I love it. Oh, good evening, Sayoris. Hello. I can see you still got those games. Well, Neil, thank you. That's very kind to say. I don't know why now I'm laughing at the fact I'm laughing that hard. Callie / Uko, I'm sorry, Jesus Christ. You've already got me. That is the best form of practicality and pragmatism. Firstly, that implies, well, I don't know necessarily an empty wine bottle, but you're cooking with wine. And sometimes we even put it in the food. What's the nearest thing to hand we've got that can replicate a rolling pin? Wine. On a Sunday, because reasons, as if you fucking need one. So, firstly, you get extra thick. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm actually crying with laughter. Firstly, you get extra thick cookies, so win-win. It means that, like, all right, there's less to share out, but whoever gets it gets bonus cookie. And secondly, just what can I get? Got a tin apiece. Fuck that wine bottle. Oh, that's the best thing I've heard all day. Thank you, Callie. And Kuna, I hope they were still tasty. Even if they were thick, they may have... I don't know much about baking, what I can actually put off of baking, what I have knowledge-wise. You could fit in half a thimble. But good evening, Citizen Tony. Welcome. But one would assume it takes a little bit longer in the oven to... to do it, the thicker they are. Maybe I could be completely wrong in that. So I hope if they weren't pretty, they were still delicious. And Neil, thank you. Ruthless. Sorry, I'll use your Twitter handle, Twitch handle. Yeah. Weirdly enough, I've actually shrunk massively. Ruthless is referring to gains of what I say I still nominally am. You can't keep them in longer at a lower temperature, and that is cooking science, ladies and gentlemen. I've been going shambler hunting in the darkest dungeons today. Oh yes. Oh, excellent. Yes, Saurus was our latest of our knowledgeable sort of veteran Darkest Dungeon players. Found the stream on Thursday, and was made some very welcome additional tips to help increase my knowledge. So, yeah, Neil, with the gains you're referring to, I actually did my last session at the gym back in May. For those of you who don't know, I was for a while, and I still consider myself, because I haven't given up on it, it's just all my hobby energies been going to Twitch. I was a sort of amateurish bodybuilder. I was getting quite into it, and I think I got to like 96 kilos, which wasn't too bad. Anyway, Ruthless, point being, I go on to a little upside of this, and that's, by the way, if somebody wonder why is he constantly sucking on like weird looking chocolate milkshakes, this is why I still have my protein shake, to sort of try and slow down the degradation. At least I've due to work in a really busy summer, and I'm trying to hunt clients. I haven't been back to the gym in... It's coming on for 6 months now, and I did 2016, 2017, 20... I did about a year and a half of solid sort of 3 to 6 days a week, 4 to 6 days a week rather, doing quite serious weightlifting. Suffice to say, as of now, from my last bulk, I've dropped 6-7 kilos, and none of it's around the waist, so that's quite literally, because I measure myself and all that kind of stuff, 6 to 7 kilos in pure like muscle gone. But if you'd seen me a little while back then, I have to admit I was looking relatively burly when I first started Twitch, and I've kind of slowly but surely, if I look back at my previous recording, I have shrunk, melted, because the sort of shrink wrap has gone around me and pulled me in. But I will get it back. I once I get a nice new solid client again, rather than the random sort of bits and pieces I've been doing, that's like what I've had for the first 3 years since I moved back to England. That's going to be going on. And Callie, you had to be longer at a lower temperature, so you like your crumbly cookies, your crispier cookies. I have to admit, I don't mind the soft cookies, you know, the ones you can buy in Greg's and all that kind of stuff. They're okay, but yeah, if you want to decorate them and stuff, a nice kind of shortbready hard biscuit is good for Christmas. So you're speaking of Darkest Dungeon, so yes, folks, that was obviously the last time I was on. Those of you who popped by to say hi before, you're really underweight. I just can't gain weight. It actually takes, if you're going to do it, it's remarkably doable, but you do have to put the time into doing the knowledge. Love me a chewy cookie. Yeah, I'm quite partial to them as well, Lila. I had to really sort of look up my apps and balancing my macros and all my food fitness, my protein, carb, fat balance, all that kind of stuff, and really working out what I burnt off and then eating a surplus. Because I'd always been lanky. I've always been rather skinny up until about 2015, and I thought enough of this. And I've done the gym 2 or 3 times, like gym efforts 2 or 3 times before, very seriously, but I was never doing the nutrition dedicated wise with a professional trainer and all that. At one point I started getting a little bit, but it's always work and professional circumstances got in the way, and that's kind of happened again. But I really transformed myself in the most recent effort, and I've transformed it to enough I've never lost all of it since. It is possible to put on the muscle mass weight, but you got to do the first 3 months, and then if you really stick with it, you will notice a significant kind of, whoa shit, actually getting somewhere. Is when the first few people sort of comment, if they haven't seen you for a while, like unprompted, or they like new people you meet might say like, oh yeah, but you're quite a burly big guy. And it took me, I used to love it because I got so used to just being this like skinny, lanky. And I don't personally think if you're happy whatever shape you are, good for you. I mean, I simply wasn't, and I was sort of sick of it, so I put the time in and put a bit of work into it, but with a little bit of prep, looking stuff after. And yes, it's I'll get to that. Say, or yes, I did. It is possible to do it, but yeah, putting on weight and putting on the right kind of weight if you want to sort of get fitter is many of us, just I myself included, just really have no idea. Not just necessarily what we're eating, but what we're eating actually is each with a lot of our meals, just how much your snacking can add up and so on. But there we are. With Darkest Dungeon. So I firstly thank you, like I said in the whisper, thank you for those Darkest Dungeon comics. I read all of them. I thought they were great. A couple of them I had to double check. I could pretty much decipher what they were and how they worked, and the sort of very short single page stories they were telling, but a couple of them I just kind of double checked on the sort of the Reddit wiki. So someone had posted a very good article about them. The only one that hadn't been deciphered in that one I found was the Hellion one, but I got the gist of what was going on with her. And for context, folks, all the character classes, all 14, if you include the expanded ones that have been included in DLC, like the Flagellant and the Shield Breaker and stuff that I don't have because my Darkest Dungeon playthrough is just with the base game. There's these very cool single page comics that were made and released in the build up to the launch of, I think, the launch of the game and subsequently afterwards. A bit like how Valve did that Meet the thing with fully animated movies using the engine on a much smaller scale. Darkest Dungeon kind of did that as either introducing you to the character, or in some cases give you an explanation of what their motivations are for being in the town. The Jester one's amazing. So, I mean, these have been out for a long time. I just explain the Jester character in Darkest Dungeon. He's performing for this ruler, for this king. He's a straight up, court jester. And he's doing his performance, but the king's a rather vicious, brutal man, and they get bored at his regular antics, and they start like throwing stuff and like being and throwing blades at him sort of while he's pinned against a tabletop, and he's got some little pet performing animal, and they stab it and throw knives at it, and eventually he snaps, cuts off the king's hand, and then just completely butchers the entire court and like walks out in the same pose kind of he has at the end of his finale move. It's pretty badass. The Highwayman one as well, that's a real good straight up, here's what he did. His character and his job's already established. He's a highwayman. He robs carriages of the rich, and that one I is really like, here's why these broken people end up in this messed up hamlet and like doing the sort of suicide, almost essentially a suicide quest, which half of them are when I play, where he robs a carriage and then he accidentally shoots a mother and child when he's just shooting into it. I mean, it's a straight up like this little boy's been shot through the head. It's messed up, but it's so powerful. So yeah, I read those comics. Did a little bit of Darkest Dungeon off stream, as I do about 90% of my gaming, maybe, like for all you fine folk who come by and check me out. But I've been trying to do a bit more off stream. The Arbalest comics, very painful, yeah. It's just harsh, it's just mean. And I did a bit more Darkest Dungeon. The weird thing is, I've noticed, I swear I do better when I'm doing it for you folks, because I think the fact that I'm narrating what I'm doing and I'm always sort of talking about what's going on and why I'm making the decisions and explaining things slows me down a bit and makes me subconsciously think what I'm doing. Because each time I've played that game offline, in the last few weeks, there's only been a few sessions, like one at EGX, and I did one on Friday, just like for myself. Someone powerful has gone and died. I've had the worst luck. Like, I lost Lila's character, the Hellion, for the second time against an Ancient Weber, when they're really nasty on champion runs where they just throw spider webs and poison at you, and they just got lucky with some crits, and then they've got some dots on you, and you're at death's storm because they're really fast. Before you get a chance to heal, it's ticked away. So Dr. Derp's Vestal, which I got to champion level, is my backup Vestal in case something happened to Evil Jess, who's my MVP, like maxed out, like level 6 Vestal, died. I'd done this long champion run. We were kicking ass of it. I still got out of it with the Ancestor's Pen and Ancestor level trinket. I was so pissed off. But thankfully, I've got to steal a couple more good Vestals coming up through the ranks. But that's our third champion loss. And she died to an Ancient Weber as well. So the packs of the 2 regular spiders and the 2 poisonous spiders at champion level, who are really big, really fast, and really mean, they're my kind of nemesis, the kind of party, enemy party that I hate to come across. So I'm interested in making practical, durable, and comfy custom fit clothes. Copying current fashion is not something that I would do. I tell you what, I can't really speak on behalf of women in terms of fashion, nor am I especially fashion conscious. But of my female friends and what they post on Facebook and wherever about fashion, pockets. If you do your entire focus on having really nice looking ladies' clothing that has lots of pockets, you will be a billionaire. That is my one little tip. Just, I've been seeing tons of that around all the time. One could always visit a random store to buy current fashion. Very true. And some of the Crimson Court trinkets refer. Yes, that's Crimson Court is where they introduce certain sets. Anyway, yeah. Oh god, I could talk more Darkest Dungeon like the whole time, but I'll never start actually playing Pillars of Eternity. You're big on pockets. Well, good for you. Awesome dresses with subtly placed but still practically useful pockets will be all the rage, I think, if you're going for sort of non-catwalky kind of things. So the rest of what's been going on, it's just been expenses. My big thing this weekend has been going through, and my pile is down. I got them all scanned in, got them all cropped out, all individually placed and all labelled. I've just got to get them all in the right order now and actually upload them to my accountant, and an entire summer's worth of business paperwork, which is primarily just expenses, is done. I've had a big tidy up around here. The laundry's in and dry. I've just got to fold it. I just got to go grocery shopping tomorrow, and fake pockets are so annoying. Yeah, fake pockets are bullshit. I mean, they're worse than not having pockets because they're just wasting up and ruining the design whilst offering nothing practical. I think most of every woman who watches and everyone else, I agree. Well, we'll have to do it some more sometime, Sayoris. Well, certainly on Thursday. But yeah, it's just been all of that. But if I get my grocery shopping done tomorrow and expenses and a few other bits, I'm in one of those rare moments where, all the busy stuff, all the I've got to be an adult shit is done. Bills and taxes and things for the company are paid for and sorted. I'm up to date with all my expenses. I've got all clean clothes. I've got a fridge full of food. Everything's clean. It's all I can just, for a precious 3 or 4 days, I can just focus on projects and work and applications and not have the busy shit that ends up eating up the day just, living. And it's such a sign of getting old, isn't it? When you're just like, you know what? I'm really looking forward to everything, like fresh linen and all this kind of adult bullshit I have to deal with done. On the topic of Darkest Dungeon, before I just crack on and we get started with Pillars of Eternity, last Thursday, I'll have to see how it goes and run some things and run some prep for this coming Thursday. But from this coming Thursday, I'll be doing my first potentially sort of endorsed indie stream. It'll be TerraTech. It's a kind of cool driving constructory. Well, you guys will get it when you see it, but I met the developers of that at RTX and then again a bit at EGX conferences, and in terms of they were interested in me playing the game on their behalf, and they might shout me out doing it. So, getting the channel a little bit of reputation for it might be the first thing that I get that's officially endorsed by a developer and I get retweeted by them to actually play their game, which would be really cool. That would be quite a step for the channel. I'm quite excited for it. And it's a very cool, interesting kind of it's like Lego meets Minecraft with vehicles meets a bit of Space Engineers going across this environment. And what they were keen on is if I was willing to try out mods. So they can't do mods on their own channel because they got to have that distinction between this isn't made by us, we can't endorse this as official in case people come to expect it and go, oh, the mod break, and I blame the developer. Hey, Eerie, you alright? Welcome, Citizen Eerie. Is it weird that both the games I'm obsessed with start with the letter D, Darkest Dungeon, and Doki Doki Literature Club? Nope, it's because both of those are very good games. So that is a coincidence that I could say you're all about the D, but that wouldn't be that would just be me projecting. So, but to that end, we haven't finished Darkest Dungeon, which is actually in the main game. Get all 4 Darkest Dungeon quests done and essentially complete the main game. So what I'm looking to do is a little bit like I do with the Catharsis stream on Mondays, where I'll do about 3/4, 2/3 of it towards the game, the endorsed one I'm doing. And I'm very well, Eerie, thank you. I've had a quiet but a kind of nominally productive weekend for the most part. Friday I sacked most of it off and played some Darkest Dungeon and pretty much played Magic the Gathering Arena all day. So I've got way more decks and good stuff on Monday. And that ties into what I was just saying about the Catharsis stream. Whereas the Catharsis stream, I do the bloody fast-paced, either FPS or action-adventure, whatnot, you know, stress-relieving, violent stuff for the first sort of 3 hours, and then for the last hour or 2 hours I'll wind down with Magic the Gathering typically, or Minion Masters or something like that. And I'm gonna start switching the indie stream to doing that, so because I'm not ready to put Darkest Dungeon down yet, but I have said that I will do this other game and some games for indie studios and like kind of promote them on the channel on the indie night. So it's going to be that will start things off, and then later on in the evening, sort of 11 and midnight into the small hours of the morning my time, or just later in the evening if you're in the US, we'll be continuing Darkest Dungeon. So there will be for a period until such time as Darkest Dungeon is complete, or I'm done with a period of playing one particular indie game on behalf of a developer. There's kind of going to be that similar split that some of you have gotten used to on the Monday thing. So just to let you know that's all coming. And Eerie, I'm very glad to hear all is good. Can't go too further wrong than that. So I just realised, no, it's not too hot in here actually. Okay, I think with all of that, it's time for Pillars of Eternity. So let's get this party started. Excellent. All right, stream label has finally kicked in and reset itself. That's good. Thanks everyone, by the way, for just like a lot of people popping in and actually having things to say and bits to pop up with and so on. I love it when you guys have got like cool things going on and you sort of feed them back to me and we can riff off them and have a chat. I do thoroughly enjoy the warm-up part of the stream. Just get settled in, the sort of warm-up act to the main show, quite literally. You love Magic the Gathering. Oh, Sayuris, that's typically my go-to game on Mondays after I do the thing. So the Catharsis stream is literally cathartic. That's the theme of the Monday stream. So today is RPG streams. And we usually do an action-adventure with a lot of combat. So I've been doing Darksiders 2, which I need to go back to once I've finished running around collecting things for 100%. And I've been doing Space in the meantime while I need to find time to take care of that. I've been doing Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine. And then we sort of wind things down, so that's like the bloody violence and the get the stress relief out and all that kind of stuff. And then for the chill part, like wind down and a different kind of catharsis. Typically put on something sort of more mellow, Minion Masters. I'm hoping to do some rhythm games from here to there, and the main go-to is Magic the Gathering because I got into the closed beta and now I'm in the open beta. I've been getting a bit better. I've been winning new decks each day, so I've got a variety of different decks to play with and win more games, and some pre-made ones that are genuinely good because the kind of one I've built after a little bit of tweaking now and adjusting it much more to suit what one of my counsellors, Hollow One, built for me, sort of halfway between that till I've earned more cards to make it fully. It's kind of, I still lose more than I win, but some of the decks you can win that are provided by the game, I've been winning some of those. Yeah, having a lot of fun with that. But yes, we're now on the other side of the river. We're back in the main world, in the Direwood, here in Pillars of Eternity, in the main game. And at long last week we finished Act 2. We crossed the Stormwall Gorge. And we have crossed the Elmswood. And we've arrived at the Twin Elms, which is kind of this city region, a little bit like... Well, it's not a city, but it's kind of in regions, a bit like Defiance Bay was. And we just got to the very front gate. And one of our party members, Pallegina, this bird god-like race paladin, who I brought back into the party after us finding that the Devil of Karok was too squishy. This is sort of her main plot area. So here we are, and I'll bring up the map. This is the whole bit. So we've done all of, so far, like Silant List, Follow the Path, Raedric's Hold, Cadnu is where the stronghold is. I finally completed Cragholt Bluffs and defeated Archmage Consul Hout. We're pretty much done with Defiance Bay for the most part. We'll probably end up back there. That's Defiance Bay has gone to shit. There was this huge event that happened last week where the Lord of Defiance Bay, the Earl, got killed, and these Animancy hearings, and then mob rule kicked in. So we're like, the river here, the floods receded. We were able to cross over. We went through Elmshore. Elmshore, good evening, Wormage. How are you, mate? Elmshore was interesting because I'd done so much side questing and stuff. I'd had that thing where I ended up being rather tough, like too high level, and the game actually said, you're very high level for this area. Do you want to make it harder? You won't get any different rewards, etc. Right, but it will make it more of a challenge for you. And Estramore, still. So this is all brand new. And those
carefully, Estramore.
Tread carefully, Estramore. Right, for those of you who don't know, this is a first playthrough and a completely blind playthrough for me, so I'm going to be reading things out, discovering things for the first time. Wormage, I hope you are well and your weekend has been good. Catch me up on your happenings, mate. Warrior. The warrior saunters over, a sneer of suspicion visible beneath streaks of pain. Alright, so he's very sort of Celtic, very sort of more wild woods. He glances at your gear before favouring you with a long look. Another fugitive from the burning city. What accent would they have? I'll figure one out. The 6 tribes of Glanfathan. I don't know. What could I give him? The 6 tribes. Maybe something a bit more not Gallic, sort of Germanic. The 6 tribes of Glanfathan welcome you to Twin Elms. Before you lies the Hearthsong district. You are free to explore it, but do not let your feet stray in other districts. Those are forbidden to Estramore. Alright, I'll start off with a nice question. What can you tell me about Twin Elms? The city is sacred to all Glanfathan. Sorry, this sounds like a bad Arnie, I know, but it's the only one I can do. As it is the place where our ancestors first encountered the Builders. The fated meeting turned our people from generations of wandering to a permanent home among the Builders' relics. Alright, so these are still Glanfathans, who are very sort of tribal warrior people. When the Builders commanded us to settle here, they allowed us the unique privilege to live among their structures here. It is the only place in Glanfathan where this is permitted. Our sacred city is divided into 4 districts. Hearthsong, the Commons district, just kind of flitting between Germany and Jamaica. Oldsong, the site of our temples. Elmsreach, home of the Delimgan and Druids, and the Burial Isle, which is the most sacred place in the city. Alright, let's learn a little bit more. I'm all about the lore. We're in a brand new big place. I'd like to hear about Hearthsong, please. This is Hearthsong. It's a place where Glanfathans and Estramore may gather together. It is also the site of the Passage of the Six, where our tribal leaders, the Adamfather, meet. He points to a large round building at the other end of the district. That way is the market. Guard your purse there. No one bargains like a Glanfathan. And if you need a place to stay, follow the fence to the east. There you will find the way to the Celestial Sapling. What temples lie in Oldsong? There is Noonfrost, which is dedicated to Rimagant. A group of pale elves from the frozen Southlands arrived not long ago to oversee it. There is also the Nest, a temple of Hylia and Gilawan's Moor, a den of beasts dedicated to the Hunter God. The route to the Burial Isle also lies that way. Tell me about Elm's Reach. There lies Tir Evron, one of the only towers of the Builders still in perfect condition. 2 great elm trees twine around it. Even the mightiest works of the gods protect the works of the Builders. two Delmgarn sisters dwell there now. Oh, this is tier everyone. The Hall of Warriors stands at the other side end of the district. Rumour has it that Anamfath Simok of Three Tusk Stilgar is there now. Huh. Elm's Reach is also where the druids keep their halls. There are the Ovates of the Golden Grove and the Ethnic Knoll of Blood Sands. Many shudder at the brutal sacrifices of the Ethnic Knoll, but the High Ovate Erona is just as powerful in her own way. Do you know anything about the Burial Isle? It is the place where our Anamfather are laid to rest among stones placed by the builders. They say the souls of some of the Anamfather linger there still. The way it lies through old song. It is the holiest place in all of the Twin Elms. That's all I wanted to know about your city. Thank you very much. Something else you wish to hear? I'm curious, why is it forbidden to enter the remaining districts of Twin Elms? Twin Elms is a sacred city, built where the first keepers of the stone met the builders. It exists along the works of the builders and is the only place in all of Glanfathan where it is permitted to set foot among these sacred places. The Estramorn, however, do not have the proper respect for these stones here. His words trigger something in your memory. You see an image of a perfect cube of Adra. Just as quickly, the image fades. A leader of one of the tribes could give you the permission of the city. Only Anamenfeth Bethwell is present in the passage of the Six today, and she has her own troubles. He jerks his head at the long hut in the middle of the district, and that's where we need to go to open up the rest of the place. I haven't heard of the Keepers of the Stone. The oldest of the 6 tribes. He points the tip of his sword at a long hut behind him. Up the stairs and into the passage of the 6. This is where our Anamfather gather. Say that 5 times fast. Bethwil, the Anamenfath of the Gilded Compass, can tell you more. Who are the builders? You know them as the Engwithans. To us, they are the builders, creators of the sacred places that we guard to this day. Well, keep your words in mind. Best that you keep your visit brief. Oh, Jesus, alright, mate. Word has reached our ears that the riots have ended and the gates of Defiance Bay have opened once more. Generally, provided I obey your laws, I will stay as long as I like. Addendum added. The assassin at large. Yeah, so Thaos is this big baddie of the Leaden Key. He's been alive and around for centuries. He killed the Duke and Lady Webb. He possessed an Animancer who was giving testimony at the Animancy trials and made the Animancer kill the Duke. And no one could see him. He was in a spectral form when he possessed the Animancer. And that made the riots kick off at Defiance Bay. So he headed off towards Thaos. So I've reached Twin Elms. Sorry, my voice is a bit croaky today. I do apologise if that's a bit grating. The city has a front gate. With any luck, someone saw him when he passed through. I'll have to ask around. Foreigners are forbidden from going deeper into the city. They said that the Anamenfath Berthwall, currently presiding in the Passage of the Six in the middle of Hearthsong, could grant me entry to the other districts. Right then, that is our next step.
The Glanfathans. Such beautiful cities they have woven with nature.
Oh, and also, in a rather interesting thing, as I said in Krayven's town square, there's a child of 5 sons, Pallegina, who is this character here. She's a bird godlike, so like me, godlike race, but my character's a fire godlike. She's a bird godlike. She's a paladina from the an embassy of a third nation, so not Defiance Bay and not this city, but another group. So from the Valian Republics. So she felt she'd been wasting her time on trivial tasks in Defiance Bay, and there are more serious threats to the Valian Republics and wants your help in pursuing them. So her boss, this guy at the Valian Embassy, and she works at the Valian Embassy, so she's Valian. She isn't Glanfathan or Deerwood. So help Pallegina broker a trade agreement with their Anamenfath in Twin Elms. So she didn't want to have to do this, but despite her best efforts, Ambassador Agosti has insisted that Pallegina carry out her orders to broker a trade agreement between the Valian Republics and the Glanfathans with the Anamenfath of Twin Elms. So such an agreement would steal trade away from the Deerwood, which is Deerwood is this whole map of which this Glanfathan town and Defiance Bay seem to be the main sort of areas. An act that would increase tensions between the Deerwood and the Republic. So for context, the Deerwood is all this malarkey here. White March up there is a whole different region. It's the expansion. We've done part 1 of it. And the Valian Republics is a different area elsewhere that's mentioned in the lore, but isn't an area we seem to run around in, at least not yet. But
hey,
we are in a brand new town. So we've got some hunters and a wolf companion. Our ancestors were seafarers too, but this land has nurtured us for 2,000 years. It's always a weird thing in fantasy, like how long timescales are despite a relatively high level of civilization. I mean, if you're a Stone Age cave people, yeah, fair enough. Thousands of years without much progress just kind of makes sense. But you've got built-up cities. You've even got like electricity and quite advanced forms of fantastical steampunk science. Yet they're like, oh yeah, 2,000 years is. Game of Thrones does the same thing as well. Mind your manners in our sacred ground. These lot really don't like outsiders, do they? Right, anyway, so the Passage of the Six, the place we need to go. The Builder's Hearth, Old Song District, Glanfathan Home, Hearth Song Market. We'll have a quick jog up to the market. I have to admit, I love the design of this place. All these like grass woven huts, and it's really cool. Kind of reminds me of certain more wild bits of old English villages, but if they were, or some sort of Norman or Saxon fort, you know? It's very cool. A protector. Hello, protector. The hands that set their own city afire, and they call us uncivilized. It's a fair point. What's this say? Hearthsong Market. Right, let's see what they're about. Dexterity affects the action speed of characters and their reflex defense. It may also be used in conversations and scripted interactions with a sleight of hand and blah blah blah. Wow, cool. It really is like some sort of Norman fort or Saxon fort with all these. I think Saxon. Saxons are much older than the Normans, with the sort of round Iron Age structures in the hearth in the middle. They must have really kind of taken a lot of influence from sort of Iron Age settlements to come up with the design of this. I think it's great. Why do you wear such funny clothes? Oh, it's called armor. Did the builders make such grand things where you live? Oh yeah, the ones with the gold plaques around them have got characters provided by backers. And they've got their own stories and stuff, but it kind of breaks the immersion. Ranat.
what brings you here?
You have the look of a hunter, Estramor. Darwin's weapons may protect the man who seeks out misfortune, but my supplies will help you survive out in the wilds. Well, let's see what you got then. Ranat nods, gesturing to his goods with a sweep of his arm. Oh, he's got some cool name shit. And I've actually got enough money now where I can afford some of these things. Depends what level they are, though. Oh, no, not necessarily. Ducanale. It's exceptional. That's good. Though, to be honest, something of this level, I'd want it to be super... the thing at the point of the game for my character's level is they're looking for superb level items, but at this point in the game story, exceptional is kind of like the pinnacle, because I did a lot of side questing, as I said. Oh, this one is Amoronet, a one-handed mace. It's superb. 20 to 28 crush damage. Blade of the Endless Paths, no. Pallegina's already got a two-handed sword that's just fully leveled up. The Grey Sleeper, we're not ditching that. And the rest of you are casters and spell weavers, so... Adair is rocking Blade of the Endless Paths. And I've currently got a sword and a dagger. Hang on about. That's the wrong stuff equipped. That's his secondary gear. So I want to compare it to the Ravenwing mace. And Danula. That spear, that sword, and Drawn in Springs. Quite a nice new one. Right. Now I've got the right crap equipped. Let's, yeah, dude.
What brings you here?
Oh, I was trying to right-click him. That was foolish. Right, let's compare that now. Ravenwing. Same damage level. Major Spellbind, restore moderate endurance. That one hasn't got a Spellbind on it. Both of them have got a DR reduction. One-handed spear. Got accurate, it's got speed. Doesn't do as much. I could have Krayven as a dual mace-wielding monk. That'd be awesome. Let's see, 3 damage reduction bypass. It's superb, which gives it the extra accuracy and damage. Grants 1 per rest to restore moderate endurance. Not too bad. Versus what he currently has on, which is... Let's see, the Danula. Yeah, it doesn't say whether it's 25% damage when attacking the same target as an ally. Damaging +3 and everything. Right, that one's generally better. What about the spear? It's exceptional, so it doesn't do as much. It hasn't got the one against the corrode damage. All those other ones we could put on. Right, Danula is generally inferior.
How may I help?
Many blessings, traveler.
Let's see. Oh, that's his real voice. They just talk normally. Many blessings, traveler. Right, I'll ditch the sort of weird German accent I was doing. Because I could enchant the rest back onto it. I think I'm going to buy that one. And we've got a couple of guns here. Now, Pallegina, she's got lead spitter. Psh. What about you, grieving mother? Wengar, she's currently using a crossbow. It's got a very good interrupt. It does good pierce damage, but it's slow. Oh, Cyan Micah's roar is very slow. But it's, yeah, two-handed, pistol, two-handed. 33 to 45. Its interrupt's a lot weaker, its range is lower. Wengar's superb speed and predatory, right. Okay, the only thing we're buying off of him is this mace. It's an improvement for Krayven. Does he carry any camping supplies? Oh, this guy's got dragon eggs! Oh, and an ebony spider figurine. Definitely having that. Jesus Christ, this dude's carrying some good shit. Coco. Yeah, I'll buy all your food gear. I don't need your traps. Ale, beer, mead, and oil. We'll buy all that. Dragon eggs. Hells yes. Right. Dude's making bank off of us. So let's try and balance the odds a little bit, shall we? What's this? Huh. I actually wanted to keep some of those things. And Eben's Grimoire. Syrah's Supper Plate. See if I can do it without giving away all the cool shit I actually like. I just like to keep for nostalgia and regular Grimoire. Ego. Well, I say ego. Just like, oh, these are kind of fun mementos. It's Leaden Key, Wizard Grimoire. No, it's all very generic. Still massively in his favour. Suntouch Mail of Hiron Wrath. Mail armour, exceptional mail armour. No, I'm keeping the Crucible Knight Officer armour because that's actually unique. I think. Unless I killed other Crucible Knight Officers, which I'm not about to do. Hood, small horny helm, regular helm, duelist's hat's actually kind of awesome. Amulet of health, amulet of health. We don't need the duplicates of that one. Ring of searing flame, spider fingers. Oh, ring of unshackling. I might actually put that back on someone for suppress affliction. Nope, most of the rest of that is cloak of protection. Oh, we can lose a cloak of protection. Oh, we've got a second footpad's hood. Okay. Thosian priest. Gauntlets of ogre might and another gauntlet of ogre might. What about all this stuff? Actually, some of these potions are fleet feet. Oh, gaze the Adragon. Yeah, we'll get rid of that. Potion of minor regeneration, yep. Bounding missiles trap, yep. Poison cloud trap, chaotic orb trap. It's a good one, chaotic orb trap, but I just don't bother with traps. Eldritch aim, fleet feet, spirit shield. I can't really be asked. Wizard's double. 2 potions of wisdom double can get gotten rid of. That's all good kind of stuff. As is that. Alright, dude. You've made bank. This is the most I've ever given a trader. Normally they're giving me all their money when I'm handing in tons and tons of looted weaponry and stuff from dungeon runs. But okay. Right, I want the figurine and that thingy back there.
Indeed.
Right. With all that cool new shit. Oh, don't know quite why all of that, most of that went there. But we can now make dragon food recipes with dragon eggs, which is super awesome. Potion of barring death's door. Oh wait, I didn't mean to put that in there. Ale, and the cocoa, however. But yeah, I'll take those back. Potion of barring death's door. So we've already got that Eldritch Aim and Wizard's Double. That would have stacked. Never mind. Potion of Barring Death's Door. And the Major Regeneration one's actually kind of useful. Kind of mirrored image. What the hell is this? Stelgar Hide. I can go straight in there. What can her secondary thing be? Probably the dagger I'm about to take off of Krayven. That sword 725, 1522. So I'll put the spear to there. What does that dagger do? Accurate wounding. She's still got this crappy axe. Put that on her second hand. That on her main hand. Huh. Those match quite well, the Adra weaponry. She looks well cool with all that stuff on. Sort of like an armored, I don't know. I just think that looks awesome. What else? Boots of stability. Okay, and now you're going to be a dual mace wielder. Grr. Next, need to look at some of the enchantments on it. We are going to enchant the shit out of this. Quality is already superb, which is very, very good. Secondary damage. I find that corrode damage usually is quite nice. And we've got enough to spare for it. Corrosive lash. White forge. And slaying. Nah, not Durgan refined. With where we're at right now, let's put spirits on it. Ah, that's why we need a Kraken Eye. going to save those then for legendary enchantments. Okay, Krayven's rocking his maces pretty. He's going to be doing some good damage now with those. That's nicely balanced. And Zhao and Zhao. I think we're all pretty good here. Yep, we've got lots of soulbound, powerful soulbound weaponry. This has got to level up soon. One more vessel with St. Idwin's Redeemer, and it will get better. Alright. Quick save that bad boy. See what else we got in the market.
Hey.
You got Alahi and Ewan. Some regular tribesmen. Mind your manners, foreigner, and be welcome. Okay, provisions and trade happens in Damascus, Northwest Hearthstone. We're literally here, so Mazden, Deerwood and Trader, Derwin, Defiance Bay, Commoner. Hey, Deerwood dude. Got to admit, these folks know how to make weapons. Yeah, it seems they do. If you're looking for the best leather and hides, this is it. Tamra. Right, let's see what each of you's actually got. Alahi. An old elven woman clothed in thick robes beckons you to approach. Welcome, foreigner, welcome. I love even when they're being friendly, they're like, foreigner. Her forearms, splotched by green and blue stains, wiggle out of her hanging sleeves like caterpillars out of ripe fruit. So there's a vivid image. I've got what you seek. Always come see. Anyone else instantly think of the goblins from World of Warcraft? Like, I've got what you need. That little line that they're always spouting. Between bows and smiles, she points to the little girl beside the herbalist store. We're here to help you, foreigner. Yes, we are. The Fisher Crane tribe serves your people. Fisher Crane. Alright. Unguents, potions, tinctures. She makes a sprawling gesture, a collection of pots, bottles, and herbs that lie behind her. If you seek it, I have it. Always. Alright, well, let's see what you've got. Of course, foreigner. Of course. Goodness sake. Ooh. Ooh, she's got lots of things. Lots of things. Potion of Power's not bad. Certainly, I'll take your potions of major endurance. Major recovery. To be honest, I've got so much money. It's good to have something to spend it on. And Potion of Power. I won't buy your drugs right now. I'll also take all your gemstones. I don't even know what I'm necessarily using them for, but it'll be one of those things where later on I'll need one extra diamond to do some crazy enchant. I've got to run around trying to find the right merchant. So, whilst I have the cash, I'll allow this lady to ground it all for me, and Adraban. Right, so far, I've got to actually be a bit careful. I had about 180,000 gold. Copper pans, rather. I'm going to stick that in. And I've got a Sky Dragon eye as well. Right, we're now down to 117,000. So far, these guys have gotten like 65, nearly 65,000 of my money. But there we are. I was going to see what potions certain folks are carrying. Also, making sure you've got an ebony spider figurine, you've got an obsidian lamp figurine, you've got a temporary. Oh no, it's a one-shot. You don't have any. Scroll of Paralysis, Scroll of Maelstrom. I'll take Scroll of Maelstrom out there for a second. Because then everyone's got a figurine almost. You've got 3. Iron Skin. Okay, regeneration. You need a couple more. You're alright. You're alright. We'll take 2 of those, give them to Pallegina. Got 2. You got 2, 2, 3. 3. You've got less ways to defend yourself than a Cypher. Aloth, so you can have the 3rd one there. In the meantime, Potion of Iron Skin. It's Ethan's Cradle. should make more use of that. In the meantime, those stack. Krayven's got...
Money, 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 money.
Whoa!
Money, 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 money.
Bum, bum, bum. Hi-hats. Good evening to you. Welcome and thank you so much for the $1 donation to the Krayven's Town Treasury. That is mighty fine of you. How have you been? How has your weekend been? Catch me up. All the good things. Right, 5 there. I'll keep Krayven topped up with Major Recovery and Iron Skin. Bollock against the elements. We'll have that there as well. Much love straight back. Welcome, welcome. Just chilling on a Sunday with some brand newly reached content in Pillars here. Flame Shield, Eldritch Aim. Is anyone bothering with Eldritch? Yeah, she's got it right now. I'll just throw these wherever for the time being. Whoever's got the space. Because Krayven's carrying all the pets. Literally all the pets. Okay. Hey, Vache. Good evening, one and all. Hope everyone has a great weekend. Not too bad at all, thank you. Just about done with all the business paperwork. I'm just actually upload the stuff now. It takes so long to do an entire backlog of 3 months. But that's nearly out the way, so it's just been a weekend of chores. How's yours been, man? What have you been up to? And can't complain at all. As far as I'm concerned, the entire month is one long build up to TwitchCon. I'm so totes jelly of everyone who's going to TwitchCon. I mean, we have Twitch London coming up, sort of, because Europe doesn't have its own officially endorsed Twitch event, but we have Twitch London is the only Twitch affiliated sort of major Twitch event that's got their blessing, as it were, in London, in Europe. I don't know how to trade. I'm just her apprentice. Fair enough. Yeah, oh man, so you're going to be going along to TwitchCon. Have you whipped out the old keyboard and had a tinkle on it since we last spoke? That's the hi-hats. Some food for your travels. I have many delicious cheeses and fresh fruit. Tell me about your trade. My life is simple and makes a poor tale. I tend the gardens and my herd, and my family picks this delicious fruit you see behind me. The gods have been kind yet. To be honest, in this world, that's pretty good going. I see. Very quiet weekend. However, I did go to the theatre yesterday and watch some friends perform in Top Hat. Perform in Top Hat, or perform in a show called Top Hat? I have attempting to learn the chords to Philip Glass's opening. Oh wow. Oh well, excellent. I'm very glad to hear it. Jolly good. Well, good for you. If you get to the point you feel confident, do feel free to post your progress in the music hall in Krayven's Town. And yeah, Vache, Top Hat, is that like a West End thing you went to? Let me see what you have. You will not regret it, but please, no tasting. Yeah, fair enough. Oh, camping supplies. I'll top up on those. So I'm currently in the merchants in this new place and just buying everything I want while I've got money. All of these are useful things because making food buffs stack with other things. So I'm just going to like buy all the raw things I need. Because you can be surprisingly low after you make a few of those foods to fight a dragon or whatever. You should literally buy all your supplies. Because I just spunked like 33,000 at the weapon and 27,000 at the herbalist. And like the food seller, he must be watching that happening like Jesus Christ. I just bought out all his stock for 173 copper. The musical is called Top Hat. Ah, nice. YouTube is an incredible tool for instrument learning. It's so good now, isn't it? I've just been using that for teaching myself guitar and things. I'll hop right into the Discord. Oh yeah, no obligation. If it's your thing, go right ahead. When I refer to Krayven's Town, as it were, that's sort of what I'm talking about. Sort of the full. That is the full Krayven's Town. This is just the streaming complex, the front end, the show we put on when we're not just chilling in the community. Right, so we bought some stuff off him. Now, who are you,
Builder's
Derwin?
wisdom to you.
A thick-framed woman smiles broadly as you approach. Ah, I see that you heard it. A good blade has a voice, and it sings to its wielder. What weapon calls you forward? I love it. I can actually just say back, I like my weapon silent actually. But no, I'm not playing a jerk, so tell me about your craft. My weapons speak for themselves, and every man and woman in this market knows my worth, even that Tamra. Oh, I literally just bought a mace off of Tamra. I bear the knowledge my father held and his mother before him. Oh, I like it. It's going lady man, lady man. It's not just my father and his father and his father. That's cool. Take up one of my blades, and you hold a weapon 5 generations in the making, Dermot snorts. They say I should not waste such fine weapons on Estremoyne. I say good weapon lying on the rack is the true waste. Oh, good attitude.
Many blessings, traveler.
Let me see your wares, then. You'll need better weapons for the hunt. You might not have noticed what I'm carrying, but quite a number of them are like soul-bound super weapons. Your eyes should be falling out of your very short, very close to the ground head. But show me, look all you wish. My weapons are the pride of Glanfathan. All right. Oh shit! If that mace is better than the one I just bought, no, it's not. It's Bleska's Labour. It's a club. Let's just compare it to what Krayven's rocking. Yeah, not even close. To be fair, one of them's superb. I've got one that's superb. In fact, nah, it doesn't do as much damage as Raven Wing, but it does an additional 45%, which is closer. I'm talking about an extra 7 to 10 on top of. Let's look at the other Starcaller. What level is it? It's only exceptional. Convert graze to hit, stunning, spell striking, miniletters, minor missiles. Strike hard, a hammer. Again, exceptional. The Bleska's Labour would be the one I'd be interested in. 12 accuracy, 45 damage, plus 5 accuracy as well. 4 accuracy when attacking the same targets now. Oh, that's quite good. 20% of damage restored as endurance. And it's got room for more. An unlikely but effective leader, the barbarian Bleska held off the Dyran expansion north of Red Ceres by organising the southern Ixamital tribes. She kept her ragged alliance together by persuasion, coercion, and force when necessary. Her coalition held together just long enough to dissuade and advance. Now I can compare to Ravenwing. It's probably the one I'd be replacing. Actually does far less damage. Oh, base 16 to 23. That's only base 13 to 19. Got all the same perks, and it's damaging plus 3, which compensates for the fact that this one's superb. I've also got more room to enchant Ravenwing further. It's got 9 out of 14, whereas that one's already got 10 out of 14. The only bonus this one has is a bit of extra accuracy, which is an extra 12 accuracy is quite substantial. Or an extra 8 really, because of the damaging enchant. Now I'm going to keep Ravenwing, because I can actually just realise I can enchant it further. Sorry, the other weapon dealer got to me first. Oh, armour, however. Armour. Right. Curded Palms, what's this? Medium armour. Wayfarer's Hide's way better. Lost Meadow Mail, it's got exceptional and regeneration. Damage reduction is not that great for its level. That one I'm wearing is superb. Yeah, alright, Krayven's isn't getting replaced anytime soon. What about it there? He's wearing heavy. Meadow Mail. Much lower DR. What was regeneration? Meh. Trivial. Okay, her armor's not all that. The Helmet of Darksea. Perception plus 2. Crit multiplier bonus there on Aloth, and Might and Retaliation. Nah. I might actually go and see what the other armor I had though. This ran it. It wasn't
Builder's
Tandra.
wisdom to you.
Hey, Citizen Makata. Good evening, mate. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I forgot to check. Oh, he's got crap nothing. Alright, they know how to make weapons, but Christ, they can't make... Oh, what's this do? These other ones I've all got, but Erige's Radiance is new. Intellect, that's the most important stat for a wizard. Oh, the deflection, Cape of the Master, Mystic is better. Again, no. Think we're good. 2 days until I can refresh, bro. 16th. Oh, no worries, but I appreciate you keeping tabs. That's very kind. Oh, Tamra. So she's the rival to Derwin. So we've got a third potential weapons dealer here. This tall woman, Estremor, this tall woman is clad in furred hide. She settles a sharp, dark-eyed gaze on you. I hold here the best hides in Glanfathan. Hides so thick the Stelgar cannot claw through. Boots so supple they will smother the sound of your steps. What's your trade? I bear it on my skin. I sell hides. From every one of Gallowayne's beasts, Estremor come from every village to see them, and know us for great hunters. Every hide bears a tale of a great hunt, and our traders bear them in turn to every corner of our lands. I see your wares? Then here, look upon the bounty our hunters have provided us. Lots of exceptional stuff. And some traps. Meh, sorry, all my gear's better. Who are you? Just name characters. So there's a heavy oily scent emanates from the hides. Oh, that's where they're all being cured. The fine grained wood of the shield has been polished to a smooth, even finish. Because I hadn't read some of this. Ah, that would be stealing. That would be stealing. Ripe and juicy, the fruits give slightly under your thumb. A musk of strange roots and herbs pervades these shelves. Okay, so that was the market. I actually came out of that with some pretty cool shit. I should probably put some of these fruits and meats and all that. I thought that was going into the stash. That's mildly annoying. How has your weekend been, Mr. Makasa? I do hope all is well with the family. All three of the nippers, and of course your excellent better half. And sugar and oil, fruits, cheese and grain. It's a veritable harvest festival in my stash now. Busy, mate, for both work and family. What are you working on at the moment, man, if I may ask? For me, it's been, well, obviously not the family side of things much. Caught up with family on the phone. And, what else? Yeah, work side has just been the busy chores. Following up, I got one new opportunity to follow up with for some animation and 3D malarkey. From someone I thought like I wasn't going to hear back from, but it just turns out I've been really busy. He just pinged me this evening before I got started. What else? Yeah, it's just been company paperwork. Lots and lots of things to do with the business. I just sort of let linger all summer, mainly expenses and all that kind of stuff. Tribes when they set, yeah. All right, so they're all banging on about how Defiance Bay got set on fire. I'm going to have a run around the town, try and scavenge up any and all sort of side quests and so on, if there's any named characters, and then we'll go and talk to the lady who will hopefully open up the rest of the city to us. What's this? The pedestal shadow creep around a dial. Oh, they got a proper sundial. Oh, they are really, for a big city, pretty backwards. Right, tribeswoman, huntress, tribesman. All these non-named NPCs won't have much of anything. We certainly can't go that way. Yeah. The guard places a spear between you and the path that leads beyond the gates. Still, Estremor. I love that's the way they say stop. The rest of the city is forbidden except by an order of one of the Ammonfather that trespassing in Twin Elms is punishable by death. I love that first answer. Nice spear, compensating for something. How do I get permission from one of the Glanfathan? He grudgingly points to a long hut in the middle of the district. You can always, yep. Perhaps Glanfathan Bethel will listen if she can tolerate your barbaric language. Fuck you. Oh, that was actually the main next thing I was option I had for the quest. What's this building? It's just a Glanfathan house. I should probably not bust my way into Glanfathan houses. Right, all the rest of them are just houses. I'll go and speak. I'll come down this side so we can see this side of the town at the very least. See if there's any sort of named NPCs kicking around. No, Sinnock's hearth will not have warmth for the foster child, huh? Watch your words, Sinnock is an Glanfathan. Your goodness would earn you welcome at any hearth. I like that. That's something related to the choices and decisions my character's made. Warrior, right? You're not just necessarily a protector. I love the design of this city. It's so cool. Mind your manners in our sacred grounds. Yeah. Right, we can't go up that way yet. Well, I can go a little further, but a protector's going to stop me any second. Outdoor projection for St. Helens. What's St. Helens? St. Helens to me is a school, a girls' school that was near where I went to school. Right, another protector guarding that one. Another stale... Oh, they keep stale guards as pets here. Huh? Walk away. I wasn't going anywhere, dude. That's the Elmer's Reach district. So what's this whole place? That's stealing, but I can take that fungus off the tree. Orland's Cradle, thank you very much. Oh, projecting onto the side of St. Helens Town Hall. Oh, that's really cool. I didn't realise you were working in projection mapping and that side of visual projection. We used to have a bit of that going on at the lab I ran in Brussels. Certain student projects and other stuff. I always thought it was very cool, especially when you combine it with basic 3D primitives you build for real. And then you can just enhance them like mad with the actual projected animated stuff. You and I will have to have just a bit of a catch up about that, perhaps. Fingers in a lot of pies, mate. Right, we'll definitely have to have a chat because I'm scoping out a few new things. Tribeswoman, Deerwood Noble. Ah, Renato. Right, let's see what's coming over here. Generalist, tell me about it. I'm too much of a generalist myself. Merla, that Glanfathan witch sold me useless twigs and herbs. Does she take me for a fool? This will not stand. I have been swindled, and Allahi will pay for what she did. You know what? I'll come back here once I've at least gotten myself in the potential good graces of a local tribal elder. Because if I start as a foreigner in a Deerwood and running my mouth off and getting into the middle in the middle of arguments and fights, whilst I'm a complete newcomer and stranger to this place, it might not behoove me. Hunter, tribesman, are you named? No, okay. No named characters there. We can't go in that door. Taking anything from anywhere is currently stealing. Want to be a full-time anime, don't always get your pick. Nah, tell me about it. Same. Right. Let's go into the big longhouse, long hall, whatever you want to call it. Clicking an item in a container while holding the shift key will automatically put it in your stash. I genuinely didn't know that. Yes, I'm sure that Glanfathan will not commune together for a season at least. Oh, all 6 of them. Oof. Crows, right. Crows is a backer character. The twice split arrows. Oh, it's cool. It's all these like curious little pedestal knickknacks. The Fisher crane. Let's zoom in a bit. See them. Ah, right. That is actually a proper little crane. The stone bramble. It just looks like a pointy rock. Grave wounds fester on the direwood. A moribund prey. Our prey. Jerks. We wreck you guys whenever you try and fight us. We're not literally actually one of them. The Keepers of the Stone and the Gilded Compass, the Guided Compass, Gilded Compass. I can't English once again today.
Wait. I don't know if I should go through with this. Make the trade deal with the Anamenfath.
Oh, that's how it's pronounced, Anamenfath, even though it's Anamenfath. Yes, now this is Pallegina's major plot thingy. This is the first thing we're supposed to do when we got her, which is now ages ago.
If a Valiant deal with the Glanfathans weakens the Deerwood, it could mean war for the Republics in the future.
I got two answers there. What other option do you have? Or you've had enough time to wrestle with your inner turmoil. I need to talk to the Anamenfath, and I'm not waiting on your conscience. You understand? Well, alright. I mean, that's a nice neutral answer. What other option do you
I
have?
could put the idea in the Anamenfath's head that the Republics are not interested in exclusive trade, but limited trade of goods that they do not already trade with the Deerwoodans.
That sounds pretty smart. It's trade, but that's quite clever way of diplomatically resolving a conflict of interest. You've lived up to it, and no one's going to know you put the answer. Let's see. So options. It's the right thing to do. The Deerwoodans are at the mercy of the Republics, and they don't even know it. Your actions today can prevent further suffering. Follow your heart. You alone know what must be done. That's kind of just passing the buck. If you do that, I doubt the Dukes will be forgiving. Consider your options carefully, Pallegina. The ramifications for yourself and these nations could be great. Or 4, that's a terrible idea. And the Dukes will surely eject you from the Brotherhood if you go through with it. Stop and think for a minute. I kind of like it. On the surface, initially, as you guys could tell, my first reaction there was like, yeah, that seems smart. And I didn't know that the Deerwoodans are kind of dependent on the Republics for what they get. And there's already tensions between the Deerwoodans and the Republics, because of that state of affairs. Follow your heart seems either like stoic or it's not going to do anything. It's just going to just leave it up to the AI. I think 4 is too strong. It's not a terrible idea. It's a decent compromise. I want to say it's the right thing to do, but what if they're like, no, of course the embassy is interested in exclusive trade. The embassy genuinely doesn't care too much about the Deerwoodans. But I don't see how it could lead to war. It's much more likely to go to war or trouble if the Deerwoodans end up being starved and they're on the border with the Glanfathans. I think it's number 1's a good bet, actually. It's the right thing to do. The Direwoodans are at the mercy of the Republics and they don't even know it. Your actions today can prevent further suffering. She nods her head resolutely. Okay, right, we're committed to that, and I'm not going to sort of try and back out of it if I possibly can. So who's here? Glanfathan, Anamenfath, Bethwell, and another Glanfathan. Alright. Let's meet the lady.
Another Estramore. What do you want?
Neutral, but not especially pleased to see me. Anamenfath Bethwell, a middle-aged Orlan woman. Oh, it's an Orlan. Okay, so stands at the back of the longhouse, an expression of irritation on her narrow features. As you approach, she takes a decisive step toward you. I want to visit the other districts of Twin Elms. That's straight to the point. And 2, I'm looking for another who passed through the city. I'm not going to ask her directly, give me permission. I'll just like, here's what I'm trying to do. I'm looking for another who passed through the city.
Few Estremoran are given the freedom of our sacred city. That you ask for this person is suspicious. There are reasons we don't let you Estremoran roam our sacred city. Reasons I am coming to understand.
Huh. And something happened already is option 1. Number 2, whatever these reasons, they got nothing to do with me. That carries, well, it's true, but it's very much passing the defensive sort of answer. 3, you must let me through. I have urgent matters to attend elsewhere in Twin Elms. That's kind of overstepping my rank and my bounds. 4, perhaps we can work out an arrangement. I have no wish to cause a stir. Diplomatic approach, but she might not take kindly to a kind of weaselly. Or 5, you're having some kind of trouble, maybe I could help. Now, that's either a straight up way around it, or I wouldn't want that to get taken as like something the Glanfathans couldn't handle on their own. But it's direct. It contains answer number 1. Something happened recently, and it's quite direct. But this one's potentially Weasley, but it's also number 4. Work out an arrangement. I have no wish to cause a stir, but it's respectful potentially. 1 is just curious, but it could be, yeah, none of your business. And 5 is direct and honest, but it could be taken as condescending. Well, if I have to do something that leads to combat in here, I will end up causing a stir. But I have no desire to. I just want to be able to move around the city freely. I'll take number 5. It's more to the point and in line with the honesty of my character. I'm afraid not. Ah, shit.
Looters have grown bolder at the sights of the builders. The people of Defiance Bay set fire to their own city. And every week, the 3 Tusk Stelgar bring news of more desperate settlers pushing at our borders, trying to escape their plague of Anolfane children.
Anolfane children. Oh, that's obviously the Glanfathan word for without souls or hollowborn. Anolfane. Okay. Oh, here we go. Here's my sort of get out of making the wrong dialogue decision card. Suddenly, you feel the presence of someone else in the hall. That Anamenfath continues to glare at you, but something has stepped out of her skin. And it reaches out to you.
Permitting more strangers the freedom of the city is out of the question right now. Go and be thankful that Anamfath Shimak doesn't sit in the passage of the 6 today. He would not be so kind as I.
You haven't been... Oh, well, bloody hell. He must be a bit of a prick. Oh, dear. Oh! I'm seeing something from the past. Furwalt. A vision of an Orlan man appears near Bethel. He has the same green-brown fur and hazel eyes as she does. Help me reason with them. He points behind you. Turning, you see the ghostly shapes of 5 other Anamfather, another Orlan with tawny fur and a scarred face, a frowning dwarf, a black-furred Orlan, and 2 elves. Oh, interesting. They're not... I've noticed about this game, the actual race or species you are has very little bearing. It's more where you grew up in terms of where you were born and who you identify with. Some places are pretty racist, like White March is pretty anti-Orlan. So there's obviously that issue, but I'm looking at this and the White March had like a whole thing that just was for dwarves, so there are these race-specific regions. This is kind of cool that the Glanfathans, it's about their tribes and traditions, not your species. Let's see, help me reason with them. Who's that other Orlan? He looks just like you. Let me see. Green-brown fur. No, I'm just going to ask the first one. A scowl creases her round face. Is this your idea of a joke? Your kind have no sense of subtlety. Oh crap, I said that to Glanfathan Bethwell. Oh, whoops. Oh, I'm having a simultaneous... This is rare. Normally it's looking back in the past. I'm having it simultaneously. Furwell. The spectral Orlan takes another step from her, setting his foot down with a slow, heavy motion. Tendrils of essence strain between them, and he grimaces as he leans forward as if struggling against a gale. Oh, she got an ancestor soul in her body as well as her own. The angry Glanfathan winces. War. The spectral Orlan's voice is a rasping cloak. They're headed for war. Remind them of Fairwalt's warning. I've got 3 options there. Does Fairwalt's warning mean anything to you? I see the soul of an old Orlan Glanfathan with your eyes hovering right next to you. Or 3, you're headed for war. Well, it says remind them of Fairwalt's warning. I'll say, does Fairwalt's warning mean anything to you? Fairwalt's soul image gasps. Taut threads of essence tug at him, drawing him back into that Glanfathan. She looks up at you again. I tried to tell them. The builders' souls have touched even the Estramoran. God, you guys really look down on us.
You'd better explain yourself.
The 2 attending tribesmen look from their Glanfathan to you, their sword hands ready. Her slitted pupils narrow. You better explain yourself. The builder's soul to touch even the Estramoran. Well, okay, she wants an explanation. There are other souls in this place and in you. You must listen to them. I'm just going to go straight up with what the guy is telling me.
There's no way you could have known this saying. Not unless you are a Galuth on Anams, a watcher of souls.
She gasps as the last of Fairwalt's soul fades back into her. The tribesmen gape at you. So yeah, I'm a watcher. I'm just going to confirm, yes, I'm a watcher. That explains much. Oh, Veche, in the spirit of Halloween, why did the ghost go home from his early night out? He couldn't handle his booze. I like it. I've never heard that one before. That's very cool, man. Thank you. Excellent, excellent Halloween joke.
Feralt's warning came before the Broken Stone War. Feralt, my ancestor on my mother's side, was Glanfathan of our tribe then. When the Estramoric farmers defiled the builders' monuments, Feralt urged the other Glanfathan to patience. But louder, angrier voices prevailed.
She folds her clawed hands in front of her and gazes down at them.
Feralt believed that the invaders could be taught to respect the builders as we do.
Unlikely.
He also believed the builders' souls had spread to all peoples, and that we should avoid needless conflict with others.
Good idea.
More practically, he worried that a violent response would only spur further bloodshed across the generations. And you can see where we are today.
So pretty much common sense and a good head on his shoulders then. She spreads her hands. Options are, what do you mean? 2, after 2 wars of the Direwood, his warning is more relevant than ever. Number 3, at least you don't have the Hollowborn to deal with. Maybe you're better off than you thought. Or 4, perhaps the problem is that you weren't firm enough. I'd say after 2 wars with the Direwood, his warning is more relevant than ever.
While Feralt's words were shrewd, they were ignored back then. Simply remembering his warning now will not undo the wars and the changes that the years have seen. There is blood on these stones, and that is all anyone remembers now.
Yeah. What about any continued wars to come? Oh, this polished cube again. An image of a polished Adra cube flashes into your mind. There is writing on the sides, but the image is too faint for you to read it. The Anamanfath turns away from you and looks at the ground, gnawing at a pointed claw. You can't change the past, but your choices now still matter. So give them something else to remember. Or sounds like you've got your own problems. She knows this, but this will cut to the chase. It seems like they've got some issues going on. Sounds like you've got your own problems. There we are. She looks at you sadly. Unfortunately, I do. Let's take the personal approach. People love to talk about themselves. Why do you think I do my warm-up every day?
Another Estremor came through here a few days ago, and, well, letting him through was a mistake. One I am
Theos.
eager not to repeat.
She levels her gaze at you.
The Compass tribe has a reputation for being too soft with Estremoran. One that will not be improved by my failure to stop this man who has desecrated our most sacred sites.
Yeah, that's got to be Theos. That sounds like the man I came here to stop. Maybe I could help. Then now's the time to fix things before I know nothing of this man. What's the harm in letting me through? Why would I take that lying approach? It does sound like the man I came here to stop.
I won't repeat a mistake in my haste to correct it. We bar Twin Elms from Estremoran to protect the ancient places that the Builders left behind. The Builders left this heritage to us to defend, but they alone had access to it. On this much, at least the 6 tribes agree.
I really wonder if there was the right dialogue choice would actually end up with me being given access, at least earlier than I might otherwise get it, because they're not going to permanently gate parts of the game from you. Ah, goodness. You again see the polished Adra cornerstone in your mind. This time the image is clearer. Each face of the stone is inscribed with a phrase you know by heart. You can feel your lips form words. Just as one option, a gift from the builders of civilization to the guardians of their legacy. May the guardians watch the door while the builders keep the key.
These were the words given to the keepers of the stone.
Bethel stares at you, her tiny pointed teeth visible through her gaping mouth. I know. Actually, I didn't know that, so what do they mean? She eyes you carefully. They mean that Ferwult's words may indeed be true.
Very well. The city is yours to explore.
You're goddamn right it is.
Tell the guard at the gate that you come to see the cornerstone with the blessing of the guided compass.
Oh,
if
right.
the gods have truly returned one of the builders to us, find the Delimgon of Ter Evron in Elm's Reach. If the gods have sent you here with a purpose, the Delimgon will know.
Ah, now I see why she's talking about the tribe of the guided compass have already got a reputation of being too soft with Estremor, and she's the leader of that tribe. She was referring to her own tribe when she said that. So I've got to go and see the cornerstone and find the Delimgon of Ter Evron in Elm's Reach. In the meantime, I shall be here to assist you. Right. Quest updated. Anamanfath Bethel has granted me access to the Old Song and Elmer's Reach districts. She suggested that I speak with the Delimgon sisters in Elmer's Reach near a place called Ter Evron. Okay. I'm going to quick save there, so I have to go through all that dialogue again. Oh. Our paths cross again. Galus and Anams. So, let's do the bit for Pallegina. One of my companions, representative of the Valian Republic, wishes to discuss a trade issue with you. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go through the other stuff, just in case she decides not to talk to me and I do something terrible. What are the 6 tribes? Glanfathan society is divided into tribes, which are further divided into clans. Oh wow. Each tribe is united by a particular history or way of life, and the clans are communities of families that live together. Sounds very Stone Age. In truth, there are more than 6 tribes, but the 6 largest have traditionally led the others. Each of the 6 has a seat here in the Passage of the 6, where we discuss matters of common interest. You saw, for instance, the debate that occurred before the Broken Stone War. She gives you a hesitant look. Oh yeah, that spectral group. The 6 tribes are the Keepers of the Stone, the Fisher Crane, the 3-Tusked Stelgar, Stone Bramble, Twice Split Arrows, and of course, the Guided Compass. Ah, that's what those pedestals were referring to. I want to hear about them. Who are the Keepers of the Stone? They are the first and oldest of the tribes. When they first sailed to Glanfathan, they met the builders who gave them the cornerstone, and those words you quoted as a token of friendship. Many of the tribes, even among the 6, look to the Keepers for guidance and leadership. Their long history grants them a place of honour in our society, though it has made them more conservative, in my opinion. What about the Fisher Crane? A mostly Orland tribe from the Thane Bog. They live in a bog, charming. Most of the sites they guard are half buried in the wetlands, and even the other tribes couldn't tell you where they are. She crosses her arms. They are not the most renowned of the tribes, but they are the cleverest and subtlest. Say what you will about the berserkers of the 3-Tusked Stelgar, I'd rather face them than a Fisher Crane ambush squad any day. Alright, so venerable and conservative. These ones are kind of stealthy buggers. It's 3-Tusked Stelgar. She laughs and shakes her head. Same as everybody, they're fearless maniacs and they want everyone to know it. They're considered a wild bunch, even among Glanfathans. Many of their territories have seen the most conflict with the Estremorn, and they don't forget it. They don't want anyone else to either. They inflicted and bore some of the heaviest casualties in the wars with the Estremorn. In fact, there was a rift within the 3-Tusked Stelgar after the War of the Black Trees. Dozens of clans broke away from the ravaged lands and retreated further into the Direwood, joining whichever tribes would take them. Broken Tusks, some call them. The majority of the tribe dug into the half-burned forest to hold the lines, and many respect them for it. She frowns uneasily. They've more than earned their place among the 6, but they advocate conflict more than is wise, and too many others are quick to idolise them for their valour in battle. Right, so tell me about the Stone Bramble. Mostly dwarves out of the White March. Oh, it seems like the tribes are somewhat along racial lines. Dwarves out of the White March. They're one of the younger tribes, formed over the years by trade routes between the wilds and the mountains. They see themselves as genuinely Glanfathan, though, and who can argue with them? Only Fisher Crane defends sites in such inhospitable territory. Personally, though, I'd say it's gone to their heads. They like to think the rest of us have it easy in the lowlands, forgetting that the wars with Estremorn never reached the mountains. Still, they came to our aid during both. They're named for a tough, thorny little plant that grows up in the mountains. It suits them. I'm not familiar with the Twice Split Arrows. Not many are. They're traditionally outcasts and exiles from other tribes. Probably the least respected tribe of them all. But our ancestors believed they should have a voice, and so they got a seat amongst the 6. Most of the other tribes see them as scavengers and bottom feeders, but don't say that to a Twice Split Arrow. They think themselves survivors, and they're as proud of their tribe as anyone else. She shrugs. They'll accept anyone, and I suppose there's virtue in that. You never know what you're getting with them, though. Some clans will rob you blind, and others will slaughter a lamb for the honour of your visit. The Guided Compass is your tribe, right? Indeed. We're one of the younger tribes, not one of the most prestigious. Alright, so a nice, comfortable, every person, very neutral, grey tribe. We've tried to keep the peace with the Estremorn, which has earned us the reputation of appeasers among some of our hard-line brethren in the 3-Tusked Stelgar and the Keepers of the Stone. We value our heritage as Glanfathans, but we recognise that the Estremorn are here to stay. The way we see it, we can better follow our mandate to protect the place of the builders by making peace with our neighbours. Okay, so you're the sort of ambassadorial types. I'd like to ask about another matter. I'd like to know more about you. I am the Glanfathan of the Guided Compass. Like many Glanfathan, I have leadership in my blood. While tribal authority is not strictly hereditary, we believe that strong leaders can impart a portion of their soul to their children and grandchildren, meaning that Glanfathan may succeed from a single line for many generations. She worries a sharpened thumb claw. Of course, with all that's happened here lately, I've wondered whether my family's line is coming to an end with me. Right then, that's all kind of cool. One of my companions, a representative of the Valian Republics, wishes to discuss a trade issue with you. The Orlan turns her gaze towards Pallegina. Yes, the Valian godlike, blessed of Hylia. Ah yes, bird godlikes don't seem to exist in the Direwood. You just got the moon forest of the green ones, the fire ones, and death godlikes. It's curious. There's different types of godlikes for regions that have different gods. Actually, that makes sense thinking about it. Anyway, the chosen of Hylia. Pallegina bristles and quickly spits out a response. So they say. She's not that diplomatic. The Glanfathan's face shows no outward emotion, but her voice betrays annoyance at Pallegina's interruption. And diplomat of the Duke's bells. I understand you were sent here with trade assurances from your masters. Revered Glanfathan, it is true that I was chosen to convey these assurances, but understand that I was fashioned more for war than etiquette. The Orlan smirks slightly. In these dangerous times, perhaps it is better to send warriors to do a diplomat's work. Pallegina musters a weak smile. Indeed, Glanfathan. Regarding the exclusive trade agreement, her voice quavers slightly and her golden eyes dart in your direction. Shake head, eyes wide. No, I'm with her on this. I've already made my decision. Nod head, smiling warmly. Pallegina steels herself. The Republics feel it would be in the best long-term interests of all parties if you maintained your traditional good trades with the Deerwood. The Glanfathan's long ears pitch forward. A strange turn. What do the Republics want, then? Pallegina speaks quickly but confidently. Ta Ondra Tara pearls. Trade will be picking up quickly on them in the Eastern Reach. You will buy them exclusively from us for the next 5 years. In exchange, we will be your exclusive market for Adraban and Karogolan for the same period. The Glanfathan considers Pallegina's words for several long moments. An interesting proposition, Valian. We will send emissaries south and discuss the details at greater lengths. Your appearance here speaks well of your Duke's intentions. Pallegina bows deeply. Revered Glanfathan. If she's sending them to sort of confirm what Pallegina said, she's in trouble. But if it's planted the idea and she's going to send them with, like, we would like to do this based on what Pallegina said, we're in the clear.
That's it. My position in the Brotherhood gone. I can't believe I just made up new trade terms to the Glanfathan and Glanfathan. Postinago.
Right. Yeah, they're going to verify what she's just said. I'm not going to be an asshole about it. Pallegina did the right thing for the Republic, so even if the Dukes can't see it from their vantage, you can deal with their disapproval later. You won't be out of the Brotherhood.
Verus. They have a saying in Biajepe. New gold clears even the oldest debts. If I'm right, all will be forgiven. If not, there's nothing I can do about it now.
New gold clears even the oldest debts. I'm hoping, going on how this game is, there is going to be a sort of follow-up to this, but I'm hoping that there is. It'd be really interesting to see how it plays out. Alright. Oh, quest completed, the Child of 5 Sons. Lover's Light completed. Kana returns to the Stronghold with a shitload of experience, a copper lover's ring, a silver lover's ring, and stuff. let's see what the blurb is. So this is something you can do, for those of you who aren't familiar, from the Stronghold, where your other party members, because you've got more than 6, I've got about 12 people I can pick from to fill out my maximum playable party of 6. You get these quests as Lord of the Stronghold that become available, and you can send your non-active party members out to do them. So, Lover's Light. For the last 2 years, sailors on the Grace of Kiamina have seen a pair of lights dancing over the waves late at night. Those who have come close have reported hearing 2 women's voices singing a song of unparalleled beauty. Some believe they are the souls of Alessa and Pallegina, ill-fated lovers from a century ago who were cast out of the Akenzi by a mob and driven from the cliffs to their death. Akenzi's Duchess condemned the mob's actions, but the unsympathetic Songretta Ducala did little to punish the offenders. Since the rumours about the lights have spread, romantic Valians have gone to the cliffs or even rowed small boats out from the shore at night to catch a glimpse of the spirits. Akenzi's new duke is doing his best to curb the behaviour, but he believes that the only true remedy will be putting the spirits to rest, no small task given when and where they appear. A priest of the conclusion, that initial text blurb, a priest of Ondra and a crew of greedy sailors were all it took to row Kaina out to the spot where Alessa and Pallegina's ghosts were singing. Unfortunately, the chaos of the storm overturned the small boat. Kaina, the priest, and the sailors were all plunged deep into the grace of Kiamina. Miraculously, most of them emerged in a great sea cave near Barda. Though the entrance of the cave was hidden from the surface, the interior held wonders that had not been seen for generations. Sunken warships, trade vessels, and remnants of the unlucky travellers that had fallen victim to the grace in the past. Kaina and the ragtag group discovered a tribe of survivors that had persevered in the caves through cannibalism and limited raiding. Jesus! Proper hills have eyes situation. Their extensive time in the cave had left them unintelligible and wild. Though some attacked the crew of the recently sunk boat, Kaina was able to scare the others off. Eventually, the group found their way to a pile of bones that contained the remains of Alessa and Pallegina. The Ondrite priest buried the pair together and performed a service over the bodies. With that, the spirits retreated from the world and toward the beyond. God, I love the little touch of the cannibalism and creepy survivor stuff stuck in the cave. Silver Lover's Ring. Spell holding, swap endurance. Oh, that's pretty cool. Copper Lover's Ring. 1 per rest. This ring is heavy and rough hewn. It looks like it was cast from poorly refined lumps of copper. Tiny impurities still glisten around the band. Given the obvious tool marks, it appears to have been made by an amateur rather than a professional jeweler. Okay, 2 of those. That's pretty cool. Might have to pay Lord Sidrock a visit soon. Okay, we can now explore more of the city though. Huh? Who are you? Where have you come from? Huntress, hunter, tribesman. Arthwin is lying.
What brings you here?
Ridai. Sensing your approach, an agitated elven hunter suddenly drops his conversation and turns to face you. What kind of courtesy have you learned in your filthy homeland, typical bloody elf? A red stripe of paint gleams pearly with sweat from cheekbone to cheekbone. We speak of Glanfathan matters. Begone! Huntress. The huntress in your group raises her calloused hand. Still your heart, Ridai. Do not forget where you stand. She parts the fine strands of golden hair that float before her face and acknowledges you with a nod. In the house of our ancestors and the 6 tribes, we commune as one people. Ridai looks away and fumes in a restrained breath. The ancestors will forgive me and my brother when I clean the shame away from his name. He looks at the huntress and the taint it has brought to our tribe. Tell me about, well, what happened to your brother? My brother. The hunter's heavy breathing pauses for a moment. My brother Fjorm is the greatest hunter of our tribe. He set out on a blood hunt but hasn't returned. And now, Arthwin, that puny liar, he claims that my brother... Ridai clenches his fists. The elven huntress The elven huntress fills in the silence. Arthwin belongs to another tribe. He is the hunter that competed against Fjorm during their blood hunt. He gives a glancing look to Redeye. Arthwin claims that Fjorm has exiled himself, deciding not to return to Twin Elms. Redeye scowls. His stripe of paint curves like an angry wound. Exiled! In shame! For losing to him during the blood hunt. Can you believe this liar? Even though Arthwin returned with the giant Stelgar's fang as proof, it's hard to believe that Fjorm would have failed to kill the prey first. The huntress digs her heels on the dark soil, but you cannot claim that yet, Redeye. Not until the Glanfathan judged the truth. Arthwin's weak, from a lower tribe. Redeye bares his teeth. He lies. I'll find the truth and clear my brother's name. You mentioned a blood hunt. What is it? We prove our worth in a blood hunt. We set out to stalk and prey, always a dangerous creature, and only one kills it first. The elven huntress interrupts with an exasperated sigh. Yes, but we hunt as pairs, to bond, as Glanfathan, as one, not as enemies. 2 hunters, 2 tribes, 1 spirit. That is our way. Redeye glowers in response. Our way isn't to lie. We don't betray our brothers and sisters for our own gain. The blood hunt between your brother and Arthwin has broken the communion of our tribes, Redeye. Do not dig in this wound until you can claim the truth. She turns again to face you. Perhaps our customs appear strange to you, but despite what you now see, we Glanfathans hold our bonds sacred. Tell me about your tribe. Redeye's voice swells with pride, for a moment holding his anger at bay. We're the keepers of the stone. Ah, okay. Sort of first among equals. He lets the name reverberate in the hall. We're the first tribe. Our history runs across the ages, to the time of the builders. The huntress nods. We are one with the past, with our traditions and history. The best crafts and hunts come from our kin. Other tribes look up to our prowess. They're consumed by envy, Redeye frowns. That's why Arthwin lies about my brother. His tribe has no history, no glory, but now he claims it for the twice split arrows, while we're left to bear a full shame. Ah, right, so paired up with the most noble tribe and arguably the lowest tribe. Okay. Why would Arthwin lie about your brother? Redeye throws his arms in the air. Why? He looks at you as if the answer were obvious. Redeye, please, still your anger. He does not know our customs. The huntress turns to you and nods. Arthwin stands much to gain from claiming a victory over Fjorm. It brings renown and glory to his kin, a lesser tribe, the twice split arrows. Arthwin has no history, no name, and now he returns a hero, while my brother, Redeye's face twists in ire, tricked, perhaps worse. How do you plan to clear Fjorm's name? A bead of sweat rolls down Redeye's forehead and hangs from his red-painted cheekbone like a drop of blood. It quivers as the hunter's muscles twitch. I can't tarry here while my brother's fate remains unknown. The Glanfathan must let me go. To judge Arthwin and to clean our tribe's name, they cannot listen only to your truth. The huntress lowers her head, glancing at you. Before the Glanfathan, only an impartial voice can speak for what happened. Redeye whips his neck, and the drop of sweat lingering on his cheekbone flies in your direction. You mean to involve this one? An Estremor? Oh, goodness me. She points at him, her calloused finger curved like a claw. Listen to me now. Arthwin returned with proof. Your brother did not even come back. The huntress blows against the fine hairs floating down over her face. The tribes are split. Something must be done. She looks at you, and this one is known to speak the truth. That's very cool. Now, I don't know this for sure because it's a blind playthrough, but that's potentially a quest that's available purely because of the stat of my character trait of honesty. Let's see. Option 1, no promises, but if I find anything, then I'll let you know. 2, as an Estremor, I could look into this without risking tension between your tribes. 3, I will find what happened to your brother and get to the truth of it. 4, what do I care about your petty troubles? I got more important things to resolve in this city. I'll just say number 2, as an Estremor, I can look into this without risking tension between your tribes. Redeye turns to face you. His hard features betray no emotion and nods. You're right in claiming this. The Glanfathan would agree to listen. There's no union between you and our tribes. The Huntress nods at you. Fjorm and Arthwin went to the Northweald Forest beyond the Old Song Pass to hunt a giant Stelgar. Search there and return to us with the truth if you can, but be aware, Stelgar of such size, many times over their lesser kin, usually gather a big pride that follows them closely. Redeye fixes his eye on you. Two glowing embers over the blood-red stripe painted across his face. Estremor, I don't expect help, but I'll do anything to nerve my brother's fate and to clean the stain that Arthwin has spilled on our tribe. He throws his chin back. Anything. This I claim. New quest, Hunter Brother. Oh, and very cool. We have got enough experience from the other bits and pieces to level up 4 of our party members. So, Adair. Got 13 points. Do I want bonus movement too? Or even more athletics? I'll keep powering up the athletics. Take survival next time, right? Adair is seriously fit. Athletics 10? Mad. Okay, talents available. Nah, none of those are specifically for fighter. No new class unlocks. So let's have a weapon focus. Or in fact, I could take a two-handed style. He's using a two-handed soulbound at the moment. Grants two-handed style effects an extra 15% damage. Hey, Citizen Piney Druid. Adair never skips leg day. You know it. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you again, man. Appreciate you popping by again, sir. How has your weekend been? And hello. Hello to you. Beast Slayer. Primal Bane. Alright, so these are the different types of damage against. Interrupting blows. Increases the chance to cause an interrupt with any damaging attack. That's really good. Vulnerable attack. Modal. Characters slow down their melee attack speed to bypass a portion of the enemy's damage reduction. Penetrating shot. That's ranged attack speed. Bloody slaughter. All attacks at enemies with low endurance convert some hits to crits, and those crits do additional damage. 20% of hits converted to crits against targets with low endurance. 0.5 to crit damage multiplier against targets with low endurance. That's just finishing stuff off quicker. Dangerous implement. Weapon focused noble. Weapon focused knight. Adventurer. Peasant, ruffian or soldier, great sword, warhammer. I'm going to take two-handed style. So he's got dual wield style already, and he's using the two-handed one quite a lot. Two-handed style. Should have maybe looked at some of the defensive ones, but that's just kind of cool, right? That was a nice, easy level up. Alright, Krayven. We got his awesome monk. I love his twin maces at the moment. Tempted to make him just purely melee again, but it just reduces his output, damage output too much, I think. As a monk and as an explorer and a monk. Yeah, I'll give him more survival. And a bit of stealth as well. Make him a bit of a stealth monkey so we don't have a rogue. I had some fun with the family today. Pumpkin picking. Oh, cool. Getting ready to carve, to get carving for Halloween. Yesterday was a drag. We had to... Oh, no. That's kind of nice. Your wife's a vet tech, so you could do it at home. That's that is a small mercy. So you wouldn't have to sort of be in a clinical room and all that. You could all say your goodbyes and have everything in a very personal space that your dog would have known and loved. So that's something. I'm very sorry to hear that, man. That's kind of heartbreaking. How's your weekend been? Mine's been decent. It's been quiet. Saved me plenty of money, which I don't mind at all. But I've been stopping in, catching up with chores. It's been mainly the business paperwork. I've left it over most of the summer while I've been focusing on Twitch and other sort of things to do with the business. And hey, no worries, man. It's pet's part of the family, you know. So, but bit by bit, I'm on top of things. I'm at a point where if I get enough stuff done tomorrow, I'll be in that rare situation where you've got like a fridge full of food, all your laundry's clean, all your busy chores are caught up on, and I can just focus on work and like career stuff and Twitch stuff and that kind of thing, rather than just like outstanding being an adult kind of things, which would be really nice. Savage attack. Again, no. Alright, so level 14 generally doesn't have class unlocks, but envenomed strike. Two-handed style, two-weapon style, beast slayer, all that bloody slaughter. No. +6 accuracy if I go. Where's maces? Noble. Trains a character and use a dagger, rapier, mace, scepter, and rod. Accuracy. That's a good feeling. All that admin clutter out the way. It brings exactly. It's the mental clarity. Like, right. I don't have to consider these in the background. I can just get these things done for the next little while. See, what's some of the defensive or utility? Fast runner, +1 movement speed and +5 when disengaging. Deep pockets. Oh, extra quick item slots. I might have to get that one for folks actually. Arms bearer, +1 weapon set. I never bother with switching weapon sets really. I haven't looked at these utility ones at all before. Let's have a check them out. Let's have a go through. Shot on the run. I don't use ranged weapons. Scion of Flame. +5 damage reduction burn and +20% burn damage. That would be so in keeping with him as a fire godlike. Basically almost immune to fire, much more immune to fire, and just constantly does 20% burn damage. Because he's already got this bonus to burning when the more wounds he has, the more fire damage he does. So that would potentially stack with it. Heart of the Storm, Spirit of Decay. Alright, so there's a lot of that. Quick switch. Weapon change recovery and Grimoire. I didn't know you could do weapon changes mid-combat. Field triage. Well, that's healing amount of health on an ally. It's very... That's Scion of Flame. Fast runner or deep pocket. Deep pocket is very tempting. Defensive. Hold the line. Well, that's a tanking one. Snake's reflexes, +10 reflexes. Bear's fortitude. Bull's will. Mental fortress. Charmed, terrified, frightened, dominated, confused. Or body control. Mental fortress and body control are very in keeping with a monk. Unstoppable. As is that. Cautious attack. Weapon and shield style. Oh, Adair's already got that one then. That's good. Graceful retreat. Superior deflection. One of these three. Mental fortress, body control, and unstoppable. Charmed, terrified, frightened, dominating, confused. Charmed and dominated really are a pain in the ass. Yeah, I'll take that one. The sort of, what is that? Mental fortress. Done. Durance. I'd surprise if he gets. Gonna make you more of a lore monkey. I'm just gonna keep dumping your stats into lore at this point. Athletics. I only need 6 for the next one, so I might make him a bit fitter. Oh! Bonus 3rd level spell or bonus 4th level spell? I might take another bonus 3rd level spell, because I know there's some good ones in there. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, no, it's fine. Bonus 3rd level spell. Ah, no, it's not spell mastery. No. Let me do that again. I was thinking it was spell mastery. So, more law. Athletics. So it's not... what was this? Inspired Flame. A passive. Affects 10 accuracy. Grants lesser burst of summer flame. Meh. Aggrandizing Radiance. Oh, modifies Holy Radiance. 75... Much less healing received, but everyone gets considerable buffs to their stats. Oh, that's the priest gains bonus to all attributes. Meh. I'll take a bonus 4th level spell, because those are super powerful. And lastly, Aloth, and we'll have, I expect, Pallegina and the Cypher leveling up soon, the Grieving Mother. Oh god, why has he got such bonuses for mechanics? Oh, just 1 for being a wizard. Survival 5. Second wind or stealth. I have to admit, I like the bonus damage versus flanked enemies. Then I won't have enough for lore next time, but I'll save it for 2 more levels. Right, and then he's got every survival option when he camps. Oh wow, I've already got almost every spell available. Leningrath's Warding Staff is a 7th level beast. Spell conjures a powerful quarterstaff that adds deflection and pushes enemies away with a hobbled effect on each successful attack. The summoning itself also pushes everyone, including allies, away from the caster. That will keep him very safe. What's this Pull of Yura? The wizard summons a black sphere that draws all nearby enemies towards it each time it pulses. That would combine quite nicely with... that could almost be a warding sphere. I could have him cast that in front of him. Or line them up for an AoE. Yeah, let's go for that. Saves having to throw massive level 7 spells. Do I want a bonus 3rd level spell? Penetrating Blast. Concentrates the power of blast, negating some of the target's damage reduction. I don't use too many blasts. What's Arcane Veil? Conjures a protective shield of magic, dramatically boosting the wizard's deflection. 50 deflection for 14 seconds, 2 per rest. We have a winner. Done. Alright. Oh, and probably a second quest to pick up here, it looks like. You speak like an old woman from a Fisher Crane tribe. Now I see Fisher Crane, I keep thinking Fisher Price. Like the toys.
Estromore?
Yes, I listen, foreigner. What are you talking about? News from beyond. East of the Great River. The Direwood. Fires have returned to the foreigner city, we've heard. Yeah. Defiance Bay. Its waters run foul and dense with the stench of corpses. Okay, this is getting a bit overblown. Not even the recent floods could wash away the stain of its corruption. A dying prey. Some see it as such among us, a chance to strike. Others, not so. Only a council of the Glanfathan can decide what the 6 tribes must do as one. Well, tell me more about this council. Glanfathan lead our tribes, 1 for each. They speak with the spirit of our people and act in our name, with our will. A council of Glanfathan means a tribes commune as one, yeah, sure. But no common will is found just now, when the Direwood ails like a wounded beast. Only 2 Glanfathan currently shelter within Twin Elms, while the rest attend to their tribes. They must return. Too far, too consumed with duties. The Glanfathan will not gather soon. Another season at least. We wait until then. Yeah, okay.
Estramore.
Talking to someone else.
Estramore.
Well, aren't you all very serious? Right then, we picked up a side quest. So now we've gone through that. Maybe some more folks will suddenly be around and available in the city. Oh, that's cool. You can click directly on the area map. Oh no, I already knew that. I was thinking it meant something else. So we can go to... No, not the Celestial Sapling. What was it? Elms Reach District, she said. And... Old Song. We can't go to the Celestial Sapling. That's too sacred. We need to go to Elms Reach District at some point. That's here. So we can't go to this... Or can we go to the Celestial Sapling? We can't go to the Burial Isle. That's too sacred. Now we've got the ability to go around, let's go down here and see what these Deerwooden nobles are banging on about. The ones I opted to give a bit of a wide berth last time. Water is cool and crisp. It does generally seem nicer over nature-wise over here. Whoa! Rotok. I too have a massive ogre guarding my stronghold. Alright, tribeswoman. A nimble tongue carries more sting than any blade. No, that's bollocks. Deerwooden noble. The Glanfathans don't take jests well, and it's dangerous to offend them. Everywhere I look, I see some tribesmen giving me the stink eye. They sure are an unwelcoming bunch. That's true. What about you, Renato? She'll pay! That witch, she'll... Fuming with anger and pacing in tiny circles, the Valian merchant aims his wild rant at you as you approach. You there! Have you come to speak with the savages? Learn from my example and take your business elsewhere. Spittle accents his every sentence. Liars, cheats, swindlers. That duplicitous bitch Alahi. She claimed to be selling a large goal of flower buds, but all I have now is 6 bushels of common houseplants. The herbs are useless. He throws his handful of dried plants to the ground, stomping on the brittle stems and leaves, kicking up pungent, savoury scents. I'll get my money back from that swindling savage. Well, what if you were wrong and you just stomped what you had into the ground, you fucking idiot? What is Elard Gola? Renato's rage abates for a moment. His face twists into a nervous smile. Elard Gola is a plant that grows in the jungles of Glanfathan. He clears his throat, lowering his voice. When dried and consumed or brewed into a tea, it's known to enhance one's drive for the better pleasures in life. It's Viagra. Just say it's a boner herb. All right then. I can say you tested the remedy on yourself. I love it. So you tested the remedy on yourself. Well, Renato fidgets in place, his hand smoothing the creases in his tunic. How can I sell a remedy I have not tested? Of course I tried the herb. Imagine what would happen if I peddled this pale imitation. Renato clears his throat, his voice grows quiet. The herb did not have its intended effect. The only thing it made hard was not vomit. Oh, I love the, you know what, this guy's got a certain appeal. Well, before I go any further, let's see what you have for sale. Renato looks away from you, scratching his neck and shifting his feet. I am destitute, and have but a few meagre offerings left to sell. How dreadfully embarrassing. If I can recover my investment from Elahi, I'll have funds to resupply my stores. Until then, you are welcome to look at what I still have in stock. Oh, you're just a herbs trader. Alright. Well, I can somewhat improve your day, because it's all crap I then don't have to go and farm. So I'll take it. Cave coral, diecap, golden celery. I think I've got loads of that. Orland's cradle, pilgrim's crown, river reeds, settler's arrow, skein bone, spring berries, and St. Gyron's horn. Well, there you are. You've got 2,175 copper pans. Now quit your bitching. You can resupply your stock.
Gods keep you.
Renato rubs a dried leaf between his fingers, inspecting the herb with a scowl. As you approach, he looks his eyes upon you. You there, friend? Have you reconsidered helping me? I'm without friends in this city. I never offered to help you in the first place. Uh-huh. What did Elahi say when you confronted her? Nothing of substance, he quickly mutters. She defended herself, of course, saying the herbs were legitimate. Why wouldn't she lie? No one will value my word over hers. He spits on the ground. Elahi can lie with impunity when surrounded by her gangs of savage thugs. What do you intend to do about this? When I get my hands on... Renato halts his sentence, his eyes darting about at the nearby Glanfathan guards. I'm in the savage's home court, so it's my word against hers. Where does that leave me? I'd be a fool to threaten her here, on tribal soil. He sighs, pressing on his temples. I cannot sell this worthless herb to recover my coin, and I'm powerless to confront Elahi. What if you're just impotent? Literally not impotent in this situation. I don't suppose. He looks at you, sizing you up. If you were willing to mediate, perhaps you could succeed where I failed. I would, of course, pay you handsomely for your troubles. With what? Well, you can give me the money back I just gave you. I will see what I can do. New task. Hard bargain. Renato told me that he was sold Ella de Golan of poor quality by Elahi, a merchant in the Hearthsong's market, and I should speak to this Glanfathan woman and convince her to return the Valian's copper. Oh, he's Valian. Well, you guys are kind of dicks to the Direwood. And the only person I had as a Valian here in the party is probably going to be disowned by them. Pretty much entirely due to my encouragement, to be fair. Right, let's speed things up a little, shall we? Huh? Get here. Oops. Tamra's always hungered like a prowling Stelgar. Right, this should be a relatively quick quest to resolve. Sorry I keep fidgeting so much. My chair's really playing funny buggers today, more so than usual. What was her name? Elahi. Oh, is she the one I gave her like 20 addendum added? Dear Wooden Noble. I gave her like, well, I bought 27,000 gold's worth of stuff off of her. Oh, apparently she's left the market, perhaps having heard that I was enlisted. Well, you, small child, will probably know where she's gone. Or that noble might. A young girl looks about the market with a disinterested gaze. As you near, she snaps to attention and straightens her posture. Welcome, Estremor, she says with a curtsy. Alahi's not here, so I'm running the shop while she's away. She glides her hands in front of the display cases of poultices and remedies. If you're looking for herbs, tinctures, oils, or ointments, I've got everything you'll ever need. Should you get anything new? Of course, have a look. Oh. Oh wow. Oh, everything that was in there constantly refreshes. That's good. I'll take one of those. Alright. Having now suitably greased you up, who was stuck left on 2? You. Right, 3 each is fine for a potion of major endurance. Welcome back, Estremor. How can I help? I'm looking for Alahi. Where might I find her? She lives not far from here. The little girl points out the exit of the market. Climb up the stairs. At the top, there's a circle of ruins. Do you know it? It's on the north side of Hearthsong. Anyway, her house is right there. The door faces those ruins. Northern edge of Hearthsong. Up the stairs from the whatever. Alright then. Let's see how this resolves itself. I am willing to go. She'll be quite indignant that all her herbs work fine and that the merchant has a bit of trouble getting it up, shall we say. His flag remains at half-mast. Oh. Time as a thumping. Glanfathan home, Glanfathan home. Faces the ruins. It must be that one. Let's follow our intrepid crew. It's one thing, now it's getting later on in the game. I do wish the loading times were a little bit quicker, but what can you do? What can you do? Is that her? Lindsay.
Hail, Estremor.
Oh, I came to the wrong place, but she just said, welcome to my home. Okay. Tell me about yourself. The locals have called me a wise woman, a term of respect, I'm sure, but it makes me feel my years. I'm a herbalist and a healer. I spend most of my time caring for the ill, helping with the delivery of children, and making remedies for those in pain. I like your songbird. Does it have a name? Well, he does, she blushes. I ought not to have let my friend's daughter name him. The name is long and rather silly. The short version is Beaker. The next bird I have will be named after an Animfath. I should be going. The edge of the shelf is daubed with bird lime. Charming. I really like the way you've got the dirt stamped into the floor. Right then, so I obviously picked the wrong house. Guess it must be this one then. Do not try my patience, Estremor. You will not pass without the permission of the Animfather. I come to see the cornerstone of the blessings of the guided compass. So get the fuck out of my way. The guard scowls and looks at his companion, who nods back. He turns to you again, his knuckles whitening around the shaft of his spear. Always too cozy with the Estremor, and go then and mind your step around the sacred stones. Piss off, prick. Too cozy indeed. Should be more like her. I like her a lot more than you bigots. That's right. Hopefully we'll get this all wrapped up. And here we are. Addendum added, a hard bargain. And she's got Glanfathan First Blade and a warrior. And another First Blade. And a Mind Hunter. Let's not provoke anything here. I can possibly manage it. Hello. What was that addendum? Oh, that's weird. It's put it in the wrong place. I found Alahi at her dwelling in Hearthsong. She's surrounded by Glanfathan warriors seemingly ready to defend her at all costs. Hello. Alahi stands tall and proud, surrounded by Glanfathan warriors that study your every move. I expected Renato to employ someone on his behalf. I am surprised to see that it is you doing his bidding. She tilts her head to the side and blinks slowly. Does the presence of my armed entourage concern you? You were expecting a defenseless shopkeeper, am I right? Alahi raises her dye-stained hand just as one of her guards begins to lurch forward. Stillness! She barks at her attendant. Give the Estremor a chance to speak. We are not deer-wooden beasts here. Hospitality reigns. You guys are so much more violent and savage than we are, you jerks. Alahi nods to you, holding up an open hand. Her palm and fingers covered in blue and green dye. Envoy of the Valiant, speak the message you were sent to deliver. I want to hear your side of the story. The first step of any sensible path, she muses, scratching her chin. Renato did purchase from me several bushels of Elard Gola, and for it he paid a high price, but did so willingly, saying it was a bargain right as he handed me his copper. It was after our trade that the Valiant spit his venom. Alahi's voice grows angry. Renato accused me of trickery, of fraud, claiming I delivered withered likenesses of Elard Gola and not the genuine root. Such nerve! For in truth, he is beyond the help of Elard Gola. She holds a blue-dyed finger in the air before curling it down slightly. So she's doing this, smiling as she does. I knew it was going to be this. It's such an obvious little quest. Renato's old bow isn't firm enough for a full draw. No amount of Elard Gola will give him the spear of a young hunter. So, I have a feeling that this merchant was already having erectile dysfunction and figured this stuff would be good enough for him, and it isn't. A fair deal was made, and now Renato objects, angry that his withered family... Bloody hell, she's full of analogies. His withered family plough is beyond herbal remedies. She shakes her head, her voice becoming a growl. I've never sold anyone a remedy I knew to be false. If Renato does not silence his slanderous tongue, we will do it for him. What kind of punishment do you have in mind for Renato? Renato has slandered his host, making him no longer a guest. The merchant must vanish from the Twin Elms. She crosses her arms under the sleeves of her robe. But Glanfathan hospitality must be observed always. He is to be given a chance to leave on his feet before he bleeds on his back. Deliver in our name a warning. Tell Renato that if he does not leave, he will be accused of conspiring to pilfer Engwithan relics from our lands. He won't He will be accused of conspiring to pilfer Engwithan relics from our lands. He won't risk a trial by the council of the Annam Father. Well, I don't agree with that. He has to leave, and you're going to make up a story about him if he doesn't, and kill him if he still doesn't. Alahi draws a small wooden cage from the folds of her robe. If he doesn't listen, tell him that his faulty member will end in a cage just like this black beetle. Food for our birds. I've heard enough. Goodbye. Yeah, I don't agree with the conspiring to pilfer. Surprised it didn't update. I have to admit, her side of the story seems more legitimate. He seemed like this rather pompous fellow. One thing you can't tell in this game, really, unless you have the right voice actor, is how old someone really is. I just took him to be a merchant. Alright. We'll need to get to about here. Oh, goodness me. Oh, they're taking split paths. Okay. What do you say, ye of the withered plough?
Hail, traveler.
Renato smiles broadly and throws his arms in the air at your arrival. My friend, welcome back. Have you recovered my coin? How do you think, let's see, I can lie. How do you think the Glanfathans will react if they find out you're dealing in stolen relics? Or Allah, he gave me this beetle in a cage for you. She said your problem would end in the same place if you continued to stay in the Twin Elms. Sorry, but I have a feeling that you're beyond medical aid and you just want your money back out of pride. You took a punt on something and it wasn't strong enough for you. Renato's face turns bright at the sight of the gift. Insufferable witch! She can... Bloody hell. She can shove that beetle in her fetid mating hole! Christ. Gesticulating with every word, spit flies from Renato's mouth as his voice grows louder. Her and her face-painting thugs will pay for this insult. He reaches out to strike the cage from your hands. Oh, that's interesting. I can make 2 out of the 3 skill checks, and the skill checks are always based against your character only. I could either grab his hand before it strikes, or I can ignore it. Now, both of those tie with a monk quite well. I'm fast enough to stop him, and I'm tough enough to ignore it. I'm just going to stand there and ignore it, because I usually take the dexterity check. Ignore Renato's feeble attack. You step into Renato's punch, the merchant's fist striking your solid body with the cracking of finger bones. Oh, I feel a little bad. Maldito! The Valiant merchant shouts at the top of his lungs. Savage, filthy animals! This damned city will burn! You hear a whistling sound from nearby. I'll kill it! Renato's voice gurgles mid-sentence. The tip of an arrow, gleaming red, protrudes from his throat. Oh, come on. That is unnecessary. The merchant quivers in a quick spasm, flailing his arms. He drops to his knees, spurts of blood flowing down his chest. You look up and notice the Glanfathan archer approaching the scene. That's out of line. I was convincing him to... Well, I wasn't successfully convincing him to leave at all, actually. Right, so he just hit the deck. You there. Glanfathan Huntress. It is not our custom to tolerate squabbles between the Estremor... So you killed one?! The Huntress begins to turn around, but her face lingers in your direction. The faint semblance of a smile crosses her lips. I'm sure you understand. Christ. Before you can reply, she walks away, moving with confident strides. Renato's arms twitch a final spasm as the merchant expires in a bloody, crumpled heap. These people are not pleasant. We live in peace, but will never submit to Estremor. Oh. That's... Alright, I guess I'll go back and see her again. So anyway, the problem's taken care of. Really didn't need the money. Jesus Christ. He was just trying to find some herbal Viagra. Ended up with a bloody arrow between. He must have been taking it really seriously to have come all this way and spent all of his merchant money on 6 bushels. Very well. Renato won't trouble you anymore. He's dead. What news do you bring? Dead? Alahi's eyebrow raises. Her posture stiffens. I am not surprised, given his behaviour thus far, but the death of a Valian merchant could bode poorly for trade. Reaching into her robes, Alahi produces a small pouch. Still, the matter is settled, and Renato will no longer darken our market. Here is your payment for services rendered. Travel safely, Estremor. Well, there we are. 1,200 copper, that's not bad. Oh! Oh, I got a pet! I've got a new pet! A tiny beetle! I'm going to take off Consul Hout's skull for a bit, because I always like to try out a new pet. Yay, where is he? Where is he? Right. Wicked. That was definitely worth helping out their side. I wonder if I get the tiny beetle due to that cage item. I'm so glad I was right. I didn't do it just for the beetle, but Exy, this is the happiest I've ever been in Pillars. Good evening, Exy. Of course, this is right up your street. There he is. Look, 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 look. I can be. Oh, he's so cute. Oh, he's so cute. Little beetle. He's swift as well. There he is. Right, I'm going to keep him out for a bit. He's the newest pet. And plus he's a pet, so he's completely immortal and indestructible. He's by definition the toughest person in the Beetles is totally worth it. I know, right? Great little animals and a good band as well. Alright, is there any other... I think that was the only other one. So remaining task. Hard bargain is done. The sealed missive. Oh, the Celestial Sapling, an inn located in the Twin Elms. I do need to go that way. And Hunter Brother. That's in the Northweald Wilderness. That's outside of town. So this... Ah, bam, bam, bam. I know. Right. That's why I need to talk to the ogre fellow. How are you, Exy? How's your weekend been? Have you had a little bit of recovery from the old marking and sort of student work? Any chance to sort of either catch up on your hello, Rotuck? You want up? I pull. Okay. For have a break from your research, or perhaps catch up on it. But yes, we now have a pet. I have multiple beetles in my inventory. I have 2 Adra beetles that I can summon at will in fights, the particularly difficult ones. And yeah, but that one's my first beetle pet, so that's delightful. Ah, here's the inn. Okay, excellent. Let's turn off fast mode. Right, the inn at the top of the tree. I didn't check this out before. Hey, another fire godlike. I mean, I know that it'll be... Yeah, that's a pity. It's just a goodness, a backer character. Darwin. Heidi has tits. The drinks they serve here might as well be drinking lamp oil. Strong then. Could buy passage to the Republic's maybe a frightened villager. A frightened villager. This man looks up sharply as you approach, eyes going wide. You! You're the one he's looking for. He sets down his wine. You killed Lord Raedric. Who's looking for? Yeah, on behalf of his cousin, because Lord Raedric was like completely fucking up the town and lands he was running. Keep it down, idiot. No, you don't understand. You don't understand. It didn't work. I'm one of the guards at the keep. Was Was one of the guards. He's killed most of them, the ones you didn't. You mean the guy that I ended up placing on the... Oh, holy shit. Kolsk. He didn't last very long. Nothing but empty air, him. Nice enough to work for, I mean. Much nicer. But that didn't help him when Raedric came back. What? God, the screaming. Right, the reason out Raedric, I'll get to this, but there's a castle. He was the lord of a region, including Silantlis, not Silantlis, the first town you're in, which our name escapes me right now, that's got a tree with hanging people. That Lord Raedric, his child was born Hollowborn, and he's going completely mad about it, as Hollowborn means soulless. And you confront him with Kolsk. Kolsk is his cousin, who's not an evil guy. He's actually not a bad guy, but you have this confrontation with the king where he goes, did you know he's my cousin? He's trying to overthrow me, this, that, and the other. And it's a very difficult quandary. But literally the queen, or the lady, Raedric's wife, is lying bloodstained and dead, killed by him on their bed because she gave birth to a soulless child. So he's a bad, bad guy overall, and he's racked with grief, and it's turning into anger. So Kolsk is nice to work for, but he was nothing but empty air. So I helped reinstall Kolsk to try and make, ostensibly it seemed a better decision for the land around him to have him running the show, and he made a better case for it. But Raedric has come back. His eyes, it was like he was burning inside. He says he's come back to lead us, like before. Says he's going to kill you for what you've done. I told him I'd find you, give you his challenge, do it all honourable, that sort of thing. He let me go, and I kept on running as far as my coin let me. He laughs bleakly. Funny, me running into you anyhow. Let's see. Option 1, then perhaps I should seek him out. Option 2, he's going to have to wait. I have more important things to do. 3, I suppose you have some kind of trap waiting for me back there. 4, you mean I have a chance to kill him again? How could I refuse? 5, and what's your stake in all of this? Now, I have to admit, I'm curious to find out about a trap. I suppose there's some kind of trap waiting for me back there. Who? Me and the poor fools Raedric's are off to ramparts. I haven't got a thing to do with him, and begging your pardon, but I'd rather keep as far from you as I can manage. Oh, fuck you, dude. I didn't kill you. Just gonna sit here and drink till I don't remember a thing. I wish you all the luck in the world, friend. There's something awful in that keep howling after your blood. New quest, the Champion of Berath. Return to Raedric's hold and find your challenger. Having slain Lord Raedric, I thought Gilded Vale free from his influence, but it seems that something stirs in that great keep yet. This may be the work of a new usurper after the throne, or mere superstition. Either way, it may be worth investigation. Bloody hell. That's very cool, though. That's such a cool idea for a quest. I mean, I thought that's done and dusted. But we'll be going back there, back to Raedric's hold, to fight the undead Raedric, who I assume will be a mite tougher than the original one, who was a piece of piss. Oh, we have another oh, that looks like a Valian paladin. Kind of like Pallegina. Huntress, tribeswoman. They've all got companions. Boar companion, antelope companion. Moderate our revelry. Now you look interesting. Oh, Camille Witchmere. Alright, that's why a lot of the backer characters are there to flesh out the kind of range of races, I suppose. Direwood, Valian woman. Everywhere I look, I see, yeah. Well, the Valian. The Direwoods serve better drinks, but the Glanfathans build taverns I actually want to visit. So many Orlands around here. Not like home. Must be why the tables are so low. Right, so he's the bouncer, is he? Yeah, never mind. Talk to him later. Oh, I thought he was raising up. Don't make trouble, and I won't have to thump your skull. Simple, right? I guess. Direwooden. Though he keeps looking at me like I urinated on some ruins. Alright. Quest givers, anyone? Valian man. You know what isn't hidden in those Glanfathan ruins? Proper drink recipes. What about you two? Tavern in a tree. Seems a recipe for someone to drunkenly fall to their death. Oh, don't drink too much then. Alright, there's the main room back there. Can I go past the ogre without getting stomped on? Have a moment, I'd like a word with you. And who be you? Quineth. A slender woman in dusty leathers locks eyes with you. It's good to see someone from more civilized lands around here. Her unkempt hair sprouts in wavy black tufts. Yeesh. Despite the fine features that sculpt her face, a cleft chin completes her boyish appearance. I'm learning firsthand the many shortcomings of Glanfathan hospitality. Her gloved hand comes to rest on the pommel of a long estoc cinched low on her hip. I can almost forgive the hostility towards outsiders, but the temperate taverns and these watered-down drinks, inexcusable. I hope I don't seem too forward, but I need to help my friends, and you look like the right person for the job. A sly smile carves a dimple on her cheek, which is to say, you're not Glanfathan, making you the closest thing I've got to an ally in this paranoid land. She gives you a coquettish sideways glance, and allies, well, they help each other, don't they? Do they not? Who are you? The woman pats the dust off her leggings and gives you an exaggerated curtsy. Where did I leave my ambassadorial manners? She flashes a mocking smile. I'm Quineth. Pleasure to meet you. She lifts her eyebrow with a blushing smirk. For the time being, though, I'm just another Estremor minding her own business. What help do you need? My friends have drawn some unwanted attention. Quineth looks to both sides, scanning for uninvited listeners. Glanfathan's scouts are not just any mob of local zealots. The Fangs! She pauses to let the name settle in the air. The Fangs are a brutal, relentless bunch, eager to make an example of troublesome outsiders. Okay. As for why I need your help, her smile widens as she speaks. I need someone to warn the expedition that trouble is coming. I need someone ready to fight if it comes to that. She taps her hand on the pommel of her estoc. With any luck, we'll reach my friends before the Fangs do. But if not, the Fangs have a reputation to uphold, so this might require spilling blood. This sounds like something I really don't want to get involved in. Why aren't you with the rest of your friends? Why not warn them yourself? Option 2. What did your friends do to draw the attention of the Fangs? 3. Tell me more about your expedition. 4. I'll help you warn the expedition. Or 5. I'm busy. And what did you do to draw... Well, tell me more about your expedition first. I'd like to think we're on a mission of reclamation. Quineth darts a shrewd smile. This woman is about trustworthy as, well, Satan. It is said that our armies left behind many valuables in their hasty retreat from Glanfathan at the end of the War of Black Trees. You're scavengers, you're trinket hunters. So the way I see it, we're simply gathering up what our ancestors left behind. I doubt the Glanfathans agree with me on this, she adds with a dimpled grin. My expedition set out from Defiance Bay, heading directly east to cross into Glanfathan lands. I split off once we arrived at the Bale, a natural frontier between our nations. The plan was for me to keep my eyes on the Glanfathans while the main group scoured the target area. For days we eluded them. She walks her fingers over the back of her leather glove, leaving a trail on its dusty surface. But the Fangs got wise to our presence. I'm going to say your friends are trespassing. By local custom, they're criminals. Quineth frowns and blinks at you several times. You'll forgive me if I'm not that sympathetic with face painters and their barbaric laws. I'm not pretending that what we're doing is noble. I just don't believe trespassing is a crime that warrants execution. What did your friends do to draw the attention of the Fangs? Just setting foot in Glanfathan is a good way to offend the tribes. I don't know how they picked up our trail. I suspect one of our newer scouts didn't cover his tracks well enough. When I spotted the Fangs, they were retracing a path the expedition had taken days before. Okay. Why aren't you with the rest of your friends? Why not warn them yourself? Her posture stiffens at the question. It was my turn to handle far patrol. I spotted the Fangs on my trek back to camp. I knew that rejoining the main group would risk leading the enemy right back to the expedition. I know the woods and I know how to stay quiet, but I didn't want to stake my friends' lives on my ability to sneak past expert hunters like the Fangs. If they noticed me warning my friends, we'd have been overrun. Quineth tilts her head to the side and points to you with a grin. But if they notice me and some reinforcements, like, say, you, well, at least we can scare them off. Or put up a good fight. Yeah, I'm busy at the moment. Perhaps another time. I'm not too sure about this one yet. But time is of the... She puts a gloved finger on her mouth and stops herself. I understand your apprehension, but I hope you'll reconsider, and soon. She nods to you and turns away. And what of you two? Okay, gold. You're a gold flame, you're not. Nothing to say, eh? The bed rocks at the gentle swaying of the tree. Christ, the tree's swaying. This is a very, very big tree. I just realised, in relation to the size of us, this is an enormous tree. Oh, we have a second room. These rooms are so much nicer than the actual houses the Glanfathans themselves live in. And who be you? High monk. Oh, this is the group of monks that we needed to encounter. This is why I came here. So let's just check the old journal. Just a little task. The sealed missive. I haven't read what was in this. I had the option. I also had a dexterity check to open it without breaking the seal because I'm a good enough monk. But I've decided to maintain my honesty and not open the missive. Monk.
Well
Hi,
met,
monk.
friend.
I don't know what race you're supposed to be. The monk massages his temples, his face buried in his palm. As you approach, he looks up. This room needs a proper door, he mutters. My brothers and I rented this space that we may have some measure of privacy in this foreign land. Perhaps you could find another room here at the inn. Who are you? Briefly opening his mouth to answer, the monk swallows his words. He looks you up and down, carefully choosing his response. My brothers and I were having a private discussion in a room we rented for our use. Please, there's a tavern full of people who would provide you with the banter you seek. I met another monk in robes like your own. He died of his wounds right as I found him. The monk's eyes widen, his fists curl in a crackling barrage of popping joints. Robes like ours, you say? Was he carrying anything? Did he tell you anything? Hand you anything? Please, we've been waiting for another of our order to meet us here, and if you found him... All eyes fall to the floor as the monks begin to whisper chants in unison to their fallen friends. Well, I didn't break the seal, and I am a monk as my own, so I'm going to respect this group. Show him the message. He gave me this missive. Hand me that! The monk exclaims as he snatches the missive from your grasp. Almost immediately his face turns red. I mean, please, this is of great importance. Breaking the seal. The monk unrolls the handwritten scroll contained within and quickly reads the message, his lips breathlessly mouthing the text. He turns to address his brothers. My brethren, the Archmartyr has sent word. At long last, we now have what we need. Wondering now if I should have looked at this and resealed it. Thank you, stranger, the monk says, folding his hands in front of him as he bows deeply. Your honest soul is to be applauded. I admit I was surprised when he handed me the message. I expected the seals to be broken. The monk turns red, his face smiling for the first time. I'm glad to see common decency is not yet lost from this world. He reaches into the fold of his robes. Here, your honesty must be rewarded. Task completed, the sealed missive. Oh, an Ayla Brachia added to inventory. What's that? Oh. It's a pretty crappy shield. Small shield, 8 deflection. That is a pretty pants reward, if I'm completely honest. Thank you again for I was wise to trust you with completing his final mission. Huh. Well, I wonder if there's going to be some follow-up. Like, we just had that utterly unexpected turn of events regarding the return of the undead Lord Raedric. What is this? This unusual stone pulses with warmth. Oh, that's cool. It's like an ever-burning stone. So maybe there'll be some follow-up, for better or for worse, from that. I wonder if that... However, let's have a look if that's affected my honesty rep. It hasn't. Twin Elms, ally, faintly good. Okay. Right, I think I'll at least pick up this quest and see where it may lead. Oh, before I do, I can level up the Grieving Mother. I made her a bit of a lore monkey, but... Well, I can make her lore 11. That's 10 points. 4 more. Oh, I wanted mechanic, athletics or survival as the other one. Stealth. I'll give her a bit of stealth. Seems to suit her being a cipher. So. Ooh, she got some level 7 stuff going on. So many things I haven't gotten for her yet. I can only get 1. What's level 7? Stasis Shell. The cipher is able to isolate a single enemy from the world, leaving them unable to attack, but unable to be affected by outside parties. Foe target that sticks them in stasis for 27 seconds. That's very powerful. Time Parasite. By siphoning power from enemy souls, the cipher is able to slow them down and increase his or her own speed. Steal 50% of attack speed for 16.2 seconds. Foe jump targets times 5. Oh, wow. Have to admit, for crowd control, that stasis shield's pretty sweet. I'm going to take the stasis shield. And some talents. Right, nothing class-based that's interesting. Offensive. I give her... That's extra accuracy with a crossbow. I wouldn't mind it. What about gunner? Reload speeds are faster for crossbows, arbalists, and all firearms. 20% reload speed. Yeah, I'll take that because that's how she builds focus. That might play quite nicely with a cipher. Done! Alright. And with all that in place, these folks do not seem like especially trustworthy or
Hail and
the right folks to help, but I'm curious how the quest will progress. Friend, I'm not your friend. Have you come back to reconsider my proposal? What help do you need? Oh, yeah. Gwyneth smiles with an overt display of dimples. Excellent! I knew I could count on you. She leans in and whispers, assuming the Fangs didn't already get them, my friend should now be at or around the Pilgrim's Trail in the North Weald. The plan was to camp along a trail leading to a temple of Hylia. Find my comrades, warn them the fangs are coming, and help them clear out of the forest. I'll head out first on my own to see if I can't lead the fangs astray and buy us some time. She pulls her estoc a few inches out of its scabbard and cracks a smile. If the gods smile on us, we won't have to draw steel. Should it come to that, I'm glad you're on our side. Oh well, yeah, I will make short work of them, but I don't want to damage my rep. Intercept. What was that? At the mercy of the tribes, it was called. Intercept Steerwooden expedition in the Northweald wilderness. They're essentially robbing old trinkets that were dropped by our ancestors. I'll get around to that. Right, I think quest-wise we're pretty good. This is just part of the main stories. There isn't going to be a whole lot piled up in this next town right away. This isn't White March. So with all that in mind, we can check out the other two districts. So we'll go to the old one, the north one first, just see what's what, and then we'll head to the Twin Elms and talk to these mystical sisters. Alright, so that's the Old Song District and Elm's Reach. We'll head for Old Song first. Sorry, let's speed things up. Trying to remember what is over here in Old Song. And this time we shouldn't be stopped by burly, bigoted guards. Just check where we're heading. Champion of Barath. No, that's Hunter Brother. Right, so I've got two that'll take me to the Northweald Wilderness. One that got away. That's back in Stalwart. I fancy my chances against that bigger dragon now. I've already killed one dragon. Yeah, I'm really tempted to take on the Terror of the White March next time I go back, now that I'm sort of level 14 rather than level 9 or 10. An assassin at large, that's right. Actually, you know what, there's currently nothing for me to do in Old Song unless I pick it up ahead of time, so I'm going to head to the Elm's Reach district first. They'll probably give me a reason to go to Old Song, and if they don't, I'll head that way anyway and round up what I can. Right, so Elm's Reach. And hell, look at the size of this little town, and that tree that was holding up an entire tavern, a very spacious one at that, was colossal. Goodness knows how big this one's going to be. Wow, it's an hour to that place? Alright. It's a long old journey. I'm curious to see what it looks like though. I'm rather intrigued. I'll pick up that and then I'll take probably a little break, get a bit more protein shake. Oh wow, cool. So that's the Blood Sands, that's one druid area if I remember rightly, that's Tyr Everon. The other one, the Twin Elms itself, the Golden Grove, a couple of Glanfathan homes, 3 Glanfathan homes, and the Hall of Warriors. Tector. Mind your paths, Estremor. The guided compass trusts easily, but I don't. Pleasant. The great lioness has grown old, and no longer has claim over the sacred lair in Geller once more. Size and age cannot best skill and cunning. Huntress. That's a very small huntress. She must be a dwarf. Or a female Orlan. You speak like a fisher crane, quick and clever. Thanks. Our ancestors were seafarers too, but this land nurtured us and blah blah blah. wonder what happens if I just go into someone's house. Now I'm in an area that foreigners don't normally get passage to. So I think I checked out. There's only a couple of houses in that main area. Tribeswoman, tribesman. Okay, just a very generic little house. That's all good. Right, I think have a quick run around, and then we'll head on over to, well, to these three sisters, really. Two sisters, I think, wherever they are, living in that tree. Ter Evron. Sounds very elven. What's this? I'll faff on with those homes later. Dark Omen. Even the Delamgan could not stop him. Tribesman. Hunter. He's just a man. Powerful, but just a man. Worried Huntress. Right, you probably got something specific. Worried Huntress. A Glanfathan woman stares at the ground. Her bushy eyebrows frown in a straight line. Never before has a man slipped past with so much ease. A sign. With Darkstein, I bet they're referring to Theos. Or Theos. Whatever his name is. Confident tribesman. An elven man waves his hand in an arc over the ground. It has come to pass. At the end of the motion, his long fingers close into a fist. We could not have foreseen it. The Delamgan could not either.
Builder's wisdom to you.
The woman shakes her head. And what does that tell us? She notices you, her thick eyebrows arching in surprise. Estremor, excuse us. We are not used to your kind here, under the great trees. If we can assist you, we will. Tell me about the man you speak of. Not Glanfathan. Broke into the tower. Here in Elm's Reach. Nobody saw him come. Not even a Delamgan. He moved in silence. Like a Stelgar in the shadows. Our hunters caught no scent until it was too late. But we heard the stones crack. When he stepped inside Ter Evron. Dark Omen, I say this. Delamgan, who are they again? They are ancient children of the giant elms. Our people have lived with two sisters in peace since we arrived hundreds of years ago. Delamgan call us friends. We call them our own kin. Our protection, their wisdom. Together we share a strong bond. They have always lived in the shadow of the great elms. Walk until you cross the stream and there you'll find the Delamgan sisters. Okay. Let's get ourselves some fungus. It's one of the few things we can pick up for free that ain't stealing. What's that? Blood moss. That's the Hall of Warriors. But the Estremorn will not cease their attacks. We must summon the warriors from every tribe. Warrior, beware, brother. Their lands would soak red, and so would our souls. Ovate's Guard. Until Erona returns, speak with Iswald. Iswald earned my trust. Why do you continue to support Erona? The High Ovate has tended to this grove for centuries. Life all around us, can you feel it? We learn hidden truths from Weretha, not the gods. Bledha.
Hail, Estremor.
The elf holds a chipped wooden pipe. The sweet smoke wafting from the bowl makes you dizzy. Oh, someone's enjoying a nice little bit of whatever Pillars of Eternity drugs are in this corner of the realm on an evening. Welcome, Estrabor. I've got herbs and potions for sale. Looking for something to ease your travels? Or something to make them more interesting? When she grins, you see her teeth and gums are stained brown. White leaf. A nice way to spend an afternoon, and the following night, and most of the next day. I like to see your stocks. Flask of war paint. This is new. 15 accuracy, 10% damage, 20% maximum endurance. Binding the essence of sacrificed lives into a potent brew of blood and magic, war paint crafted by the Ethic Null has empowered Glanfathan warriors to perform great feats of strength and dexterity for hundreds of years. What's this? A tiny spawling. It's another pet! Another pet. Definitely having another pet. But we're going to keep our beetle for a little while yet. I'm definitely having that one. Oh, right about there. This is new. A flask of war paint. Go on then. Try that out. Because that might stack with other things because it's a potion. That's Bledder. Golden leaves flash and shine as they fall from the trees. Tamrun. Tamrun. Your name sounds familiar.
Hail, Estramor.
Though his eyes are closed and his posture still, the man before you keeps his head aimed at you, as if carefully following your movements. Hail to you. May your time in the Golden Grove be enriching. If you are in need of services, he says, his eyes still closed, speak with Bledder. She will see to your concerns. What can you tell me of the Golden Grove? We are naturalists, philosophers, herbalists, and teachers. The Ovates of the Golden Grove know that true wisdom comes from the study of the natural order. We endeavour to teach others to explore the world for themselves. Very well. The bark feels warm. The roots almost seem to twine around your hand. High ovate arona. I'm trying to find this high ovate. And this pathway goes wah. Oh, out. Never mind. And who's on this side of this Golden Grove? Aha. Right, all things being... Oh, I missed some golden celery. And... Gold, yep. Let's head on up and see who's the big cheese at the top. Ovate. And you be Iswild. And you both be over. Okay. So you're the head honko in the rather fetching robes. An elf with placid green eyes nods in greeting. Welcome to the Golden Grove, traveller.
Hail, Estramor.
Do you seek the wisdom of our herbalist, or simply to bask in Weretha's glory? Tell me about the Golden Grove. What do you believe? We believe that knowledge is found in the earnest exploration of the natural world. She tilts her head. We do not, as some have said, oppose the gods. We simply believe that we have found a brighter, more peaceful path than devotion. See, that's interesting. They're almost like a group of atheist druids. Yet in this world there are genuine, provable gods that you can call on and, you know, channel magic through, like a priest does. Priest being a class that can actually cast magical things as opposed to just a religious leader. Who leads your order? High Ovate Arona leads us. She sometimes journeys to Elmshore to renew her strength. However, she's there now with some of her she's there now as some of her closest followers, in fact. Arona is a mighty elm among us. She's lived for generations. There are none who understand the world as well as she, and we are fortunate to have her wisdom to answer our questions. I'd like to know more about Arona. Her eyes brighten. Why, you must meet her for yourself. She is wise and kind, and has led our order from the beginning. Yet she walks among us and gives freely of herself. She turns her gaze to the great twisting elms. That is why so many of us cherish about her. She is present among us in a way that the gods never are. I must go. You seem, as her second in command, overly devoted to her, considering what these folks down here just said. They were saying something about Israel already trusts me, something Arona. Alright. Blood sands do a lot of sacrifices and whatnot, but let's try this Hall of Warriors. Few words bring fewer regrets, that's true. We're warriors. Badass warriors. He just stares at you and then slowly blinks away. That would be stealing. They let a lot of Stalgars just walk freely here. They come near me and like attack me on sight. And that was when I pierced the giant Stalgar with my spear right through its heart. Oh, Arthwin, I wish I could have seen you do it. Hello, Arthwin. Me too, and maybe... What's the next thing he's going to say? Later, you could show us how you used your big spear. Oh, oh, well, yes, I can do... He's chatting up the ladies. He's the sort of hero of the hour. Right. So this is the supposed weakling who came back. A lanky hunter grooms his stubble, a patched fuzz of blonde hairs, while listening attentively to a young elven woman. She whispers in his reddened ears and giggles, with his head still low as he flashes a wide smile in return. The hunter notices you and clears his throat and straightens his back, adopting an air of dignity. I've been expecting you. My tribesmen have told me that you're to speak the truth about Fjorm's exile. He combs his sparse stubble, darting a glance at the elven woman. Well, Arthur doesn't hide from the truth. Ask and I'll answer. Well, tell me about your tribe. We're young. The youngest tribe near Glanfathan. Arthur hesitates for a moment, scratching his beard, and then spreads his long legs apart. What? Okay. But we're not weak. The other tribes have their history, and now we, the twice-split arrows, are making our own. Arthur puffs his chest and pounds it with a fist. We're true Glanfathans, true hunters. I've proven my worth. His patches of golden stubble sparkle alongside a glowing smile. It was me, not Fjorm, who killed the giant Stalgar. Or what happened to Fjorm? Arthur looks down and licks his lips. That's a standard indication of someone lying. Fjorm... He pushes the blonde bristles away from the edge of his mouth. Every tribe knows his prowess. A hunter of great name, but this time he fell behind. We spotted the giant Stalgar on the Sentinel's Ridge above the waterfall of the Northweald. It was stalking for prey. Arthur likely shakes his head. Fjorm wanted us to split. He'd lure the beast to the river and I'd flank it. The hunter scratches his flushed earlobe, but the beast didn't come down to the riverbank, so we tried to circle it on the ridge. I climbed faster and there it was, ready to pounce on me. Arthur thrust his fist forward. I pierced flesh, mid-air, rolled over and stabbed at it again and again. Sounds like that bit in 300. And it was dead. The hunter pushes his moustache back and looks up. Fjorm couldn't believe he didn't earn the kill, not even a cut. He said he'd not return with the shame of losing to a twice-split arrow. Arthur sighs. I pleaded, but he was a keeper of the stone. He'd not listen, and now he's exiled. Who knows where. Addendum added. Okay, well, I have to admit, his story, like, he couldn't bear losing to us, actually does at least have a ring of legitimacy to it. We'll take that Pilgrim's Crown. Thank you very much. And what else be lingering here before, aside from other hungry Stalgars? Okay, I want to see what's in this Hunter's Lodge, or, I don't know, Hall of Warriors, whatever you want to call it. You can change the portraits of your main character and adventurers through the current portrait on their character sheet. I did not know this. The hell? Oh, how? Oh, interesting. Ah! I've had Krayven's one like that for so long. Well, it's got to match his race. That's the death god, like creepy looking things. Alright, this is only going to be 2. There's the moon godlike. Oh, that's a fire godlike. Oh, it's a female fire godlike. They seem to be a lot luckier in the whole looks than the male godlikes. You've got all the horns and everything. There's a lot to pick from. Oh yeah, they're the druidic ones. Those are the male moon godlike. That suits a paladin. That suits more of a caster looking at his clothes. Thing is, this does not... That suits Krayven's temperament. That said, he's generally nice, and that suits a monk more. I'm going to switch to that for a bit, to be honest. Very different. That's cool. I had no idea I could do that. Wicked. 3 tusk. Alright, these guys are not going to be all that friendly. Bethel is too soft. It's good that Shimok is here to provide another perspective. Place of honour for our visiting Glanfathan. 3 tusk first blade. Of course, there's a bunch of 3 tuskers here. 3 tusk wilder woman. Some may disagree with Shimok's methods, but all respect him. Well, from the Estramoran. Come to treat with the 3 tusk Stalgar. Hadn't actually crossed my mind to go ahead and do it, but of course you guys are all in the Warrior Lodge. So let's have at it. God, I wish this chair stopped sinking. So you're Shimok. Ah, this is the other Glanfathan. And those are some big Stalgar. Hello.
What brings you here?
A grizzled old elf. His hair braided and dyed stands at one end of the hall. His arms and chest are cross-hatched with the pale seams of scars. His crooked smile looks like another. Looks like another scar. It's not many Estramoran who are permitted to stay in our sacred city. Bethel must be feeling especially soft today. Adair pays no attention to the elf. Oh, fantastic. I love it. Adair pays no attention to the elf and instead has locked eyes at the Stalgar in front of him. He whispers to you, "Do you think he'd mind if I pet his Stalgar?" What is it with Adair wanting to pet all the animals? Adair's great, man. He's just awesome. Come to hear your future at Ter Evron? His smile widens. Come to hear your future at Ter Evron. His smile widens, exposing row of yellow crooked teeth. Or to make your own at Blood Sands. What's Blood Sands again? An ancient place of sacrifice, his fingers laced together in a cave by the great elms themselves. Restin and his druids have been an integral part of Glanfathan society for generations, no matter what some of the other tribes might say. Glanfath has held its own against the Estramoran because some of us still understand the power of sacrifice. He gives you an appraising eye. Does the thought make you uncomfortable? It should. And it is what has kept our society alive for so long. Something else? Tell me about the three Tusk Stelgar. The boldest and fiercest of the 6 great tribes of Glanfath. It was we who first defended against the Estramoran, who came to our shore 200 years ago. He raises his chin. We have always been the border tribe, and has always fallen to us to hold the line against outsiders and invaders. What do you do here? As Anamfath of the three Tusk Stelgar, I guide our tribes in all matters. Tribe. He looks to the main room of the hut where others have gathered. I am in Twin Elms to confer with some of the other Anamfather about the Onolfen, your Hollowborn. We only have such births here on occasions, but it has made us more vigilant about our neighbours. One Stelgar stretches, flexing its claw. Shimok's eyes narrow. There are some of us who believe your Onolfen to be a punishment for the defilement of the builder's sites. Others say it's a plague carried by the Estramoran. It's a punishment from blowing up a god. People make it what they want it to be, and when it ends, if it ends, they'll make up reasons for that too. You don't seem fond of us, Estramoran. His hunched shoulders straighten. I fought in the Broken Stone War and the War of Black Trees. I saw my brethren cut down defending the place of the builders, and I shed blood alongside Gelvan Reaged himself, or Ragged. Gelvan Ragged himself. I don't know who that is. He coughs. Now the Estramoran seem to think they will find a cure for their empty children among our sacred sites, or worse, that they will find sanctuary in our lands. His gaze darkens, and I've seen what happens when they set their sights on Glanfathan's soil. From what I've seen, those sacred sites might actually have a cure. They protect those sites because someone told them to. You wish just once they'd have the courage to question it. Let's see, on number 1, and this worries you. 2, have pity, they're only trying to save their children. 3, then you must fight back, give them reason to stay away. Or 4, isn't there room for you both? He won't go for have pity, he won't go for is there room for you both, and he obviously agree with number 3, but I'll just say number 1. And this worries you? He snorts. I've seen too many wars for this not to worry me. In my 250 years, I've led my people through 2 wars. Our borders have remained intact, and largely through the reputation of the 3 Tusk Stelgar. His voice drops to a growl. I've sired a dozen children, but none have been deemed fit to take my place. I care nothing for the legacies that obsess the Estramoran lords. But it is important that my successor continue this path. Is your role hereditary? Not entirely. We believe that the souls of our ancestors come back to us, that a strong soul may bear many more. But all souls must be tested by our elders. The Riao looked first among my children for a successor, but their souls were weak. Ordinarily they would turn to others in my tribe, to clan heads and their families. Ordinarily, he levels his gaze. But we share a tradition of fostering the children of other tribes, and Anamfath of Fisher Crane has trusted his youngest to my care. He grimaces, and as none of my own blood are fit to take my place, the Riao will look next to this bog child, the kin of another Glanfathan and my foster daughter, to take my place. Bog child, he doesn't seem very nice. His shoulders stiffen. I have nothing but respect for Fisher Crane, but their ways are not ours. The Orlans of Fisher Crane have lived in Thane Bog for 1,000 years. They are cunning and furtive by nature, which serves them well when they have swamplands to hide their movements. He crosses his arms, but this will not deter the Estremoran on open ground. My experience, as soon as someone in power decides he wants something that doesn't belong to him, there's no deterring at all. Shimok. He points to the warriors gathered near the fire. Our savagery has deterred the Estremoran from further encroachment. They will still tell of our deeds in the Broken Stone War. But if a child of Fisher Crane leads our tribe, we will lose that boldness, and the Estremoran will lose their fear of us. The child will be influenced by the soul of her ancestors. In times of crisis, she will look to her kin in Thane Bog for guidance. No matter what I might try to teach her, it will not be enough. He considers you. There is a way you could help. Few have the stomach for it, but I think it would suit someone of your inclinations. Go on. This Orlan girl has the soul of a leader. If it were passed to one of my own offspring, our tribe would remain strong. That's messed up. A Stelgar at Shimok's side scratches its massive head on that Glanfathan's leg. He remains steady on his feet. The Druids of Blood Sands have a way to do this, and they understand the importance of a strong line of succession for the three-tusked Stelgar. The irises of Pallegina's golden eyes grow wide. This is brutal talk, even among Glanfathans. Yeah, he's going to rip the soul out of one girl entrusted to his care, his foster daughter, to give it to one of his own blood children. Dude. He gives you a key. There's a house in southeast Hearthsong next to the river. The child will be asleep, and I've arranged for her to be unattended for a time. His voice becomes a quiet rumble. Take her and bring her to keep her rid her in Blood Sands. She knows what must be done. When she presents you with the liquid essence, bring it back to me. I've got a bunch of options. Very well, I'll help you. 2, I won't do this. What will keep her where to do with the child? I don't see why you need me to do this. 5, tell me about the potion that you need from Werder. Remind me where I can find the child, or I should kill you for this. Tell me about the potion. And what will keep her word to do? His scarred face twists again. Have you seen the rituals of Blood Sands? She will sacrifice her. It's the only way to distill her essence. Aloth's eyes bulge. Fie. I'd rather distill this old bone bag into a right fine paste. The Orlan child. Go on. I don't see why you need me to do this. Because I cannot do it without attracting undue attention, he frowns. I don't relish passing my own burdens on to another, but this will incite war between our tribes if I'm caught. What's this potion you need from Werder? Essence, bound and distilled into a liquid. It will have little immediate effect on me, but it will weave a stronger soul into my future issue. Oh, he'll drink it and then have another child of his own. I'm no way going to help you do this. That's absolutely messed up. How can you possibly expect to get away with this? If you know the girl is here, and one Orlan babe will look much the same as the next, he shrugs. But let me worry about this. No. No, I won't do this. I do not relish the deed, but 2 centuries of leadership have taught me that all things bear a cost. He nods once. Consider it well, Estremor. I am not above rewarding those who are of service. Jesus. That is literally, I mean, talk about straight up evil quest, or one suited, because generally you can just put vicious answers to regular quests, or you've got morally grey areas with bad characters who have got understandable motives, but that is one of the few quests I've come across that's just like, where it's something outright terrible to do that's much easier for a nasty character. And the only other major area I've seen that happen is with the House Duminals, who are a bunch of like full-time Defiance-based criminals.
Oh wait, you serious? Let me laugh even harder.
Jesus, Piney, of all the sound effects to play on that one. Yeah, I'm serious. It's messed up. What's going on here? A young man approaches you with a swift and purposeful stride. While you've never met him before, he has the same stern, wild look. I thought it was relevant. Fair enough. I have to admit, I'd laugh at the guy for trying to claim that this is serious, because that request is completely messed up. He has the same stern, wild look as Shimok. He doesn't speak until he's right next to you. When he does, his voice is quiet. Wait, I saw you speaking with my father. What's this about? He glances back at the room with Shimok. He's asked you to sacrifice Vela, hasn't he? He grits his teeth. Maybe he's right about the 3-tusk Stelgar growing weak. But if this is the price of strength, it isn't worth it. The tribes have survived this long because we've stuck together. It's how the Republic survived during the collapse of the Grand Empire. Have any of the great cities sided with the Empire, we would have never broken away. Do you have another idea? He frowns. There's a herbalist among the ovates of the Golden Grove, Bleda. That's her name, already met her. Gold rot chew is her particular poison. They all gather southeast of here by the river. She could brew a poison. Shimok wouldn't know the difference until it's too late. Oh, instead of having what that girl... drinking that girl's essence, he drinks a poison disguised of it. Okay, so, Christ, 7 options again. There's an easier way to kill Shimok, you know. Number 1. 2. Why not just return this child to her birth parents? 3. You want me to murder your father? 4. Let me guess, if Shimok dies, you're next in line. 5. Fine, I'll poison your father. 6. Shimok's right, I'm going to help him. Or 7. I've got to think about this. I have to admit, number 2. Why not just return this child to her birth parents? It's complicated. Oh, Liras is his name. A child sent to be fostered by another tribe isn't allowed to return. Unfortunately, explaining that we're shielding her from my father would make matters much worse for both tribes. He tugs at a thin braid. Let me guess, if Shimok dies, you're next in line. It's not like that. The Rial's already determined that my soul isn't strong enough. Whoever follows my father, it won't be me. So you want me to murder your father? No, but it's better than allowing him to murder this child. There's an easier way to kill Shimok. I've got to think about this. Scowls. I hope you don't have to think too hard about it. With another glance at Shimok's chamber, he backs towards the door. I'm warning you now, Estremor. Don't go anywhere near Vela. I'm my father's son in one regard, anyway. Christ. Okay. Well, that was a quest worth picking up. I love to get these narratively rich, morally ambiguous quests with more than one approach to them. It makes it kind of interesting to think about. Gives you lots of moral quandaries. As those of you who've come and watched the progress through here regularly will have may remember points where I've been wrestling with what's going on, with what I've got to do. The Old Song District. Alright, I think that's the main thing we're going to pick up from in there. Although now I want to see the addendum to Brother Hunter, or Hunter Brother. Ah yeah, Northweald Wilderness. Alright, let's crack on over to Tir Everon itself. Nights are long in this place. Aha.
You have
Theos.
stayed true to our cause, Inquisitor, when so many others have not. For every heretic we confess, for every betrayer that burns on our pyres, new sheep continue to flock to Iavara ex Incios. But not you. I underestimated you in the beginning, but no longer.
This guy is diabolically evil. You honor me, Grand Inquisitor.
It is not for honor that I summoned you today, but for duty. Too many of our own have confessed upon the wheel and the rack and the flame. Too many of our faithful have had their minds poisoned by the Kratom witch. The tide is against us now.
Okay.
We have but one option. Iavara's following must see her exposed for what she is.
Iavara?
She must confess her heresy before my court.
How would we reach her?
Not in Kratom, surely. Their lord has embraced her heathen faith and protects her with his army. But in Oceanus, things would be different. The king of Oceanus is a sinful man. We have helped him to see the error of his ways, and now he fears for his soul. He would pay any price for absolution.
Really? But how would we get Iavara to move to Oceanus?
You have already done much for the Inquisition. I wouldn't ask this were there any other choice.
Okay. Bloody hell. The plot continues to expand. Like a helium balloon. But instead of helium, it's intrigue and dialogue. So they were an order of Inquisition with known power and all this kind of stuff. They didn't necessarily always operate from the shadows. But they've deliberately brought about the Hollowborn situation. Aha! So here is the ancient trees and here are the sisters. Now, are they like dryad creatures or are they nature godlike? Anyway, Cedar. Two identical women seem to fade into view as they move away from the great trees that camouflage them. Their skin is tree bark, ridged and scaly, wreathed in a curling tangle of roots, buds, and blooms. Right, they might be dryads. Their hair hangs beneath the shade of serrated leaves, like the drooping branches of the elms above, and the pupils of their eyes are encircled by hundreds or even thousands of concentric rings, as if to mark the accumulated wisdom of millennia. How can you make out that many circles within the space of a regular human-sized eye?
Turn around, flesh creature. Outsiders are not permitted to approach the elms.
Flesh creature? Fuck you. Everyone you partner with is in this place is a flesh creature. One of them extends a snarl of roots towards you that snakes and twists together to form something like an open hand, palm down.
Do you not feel it, sister? Something familiar. An ancient soul, like the other one. Another defiler, no doubt. Let us fell him and be troubled no more. It would pay the debt of his predecessor.
That would end poorly for you, potentially. Unless you guys are really tough, which at this point in the game, compared to me, you almost certainly aren't. Rhiannon. The other stares at you unblinking, and as her frown deepens, her face creeps.
So it would seem, Rhiannon. But we must not hasten to judgment. I see a different motive here. Different questions in these eyes.
Alright, Cedar is a bit smarter than dipshit bitch Rhiannon.
What of it, young trespasser? Is it as my sister says? Or are you here to stain this place with foul deeds?
Let's see. I have forgot. This is where you get some good options. I seek a man who came through here. It sounds as though you've already met him. 2. I heard there was commotion here and I came to investigate. 3. My business concerns the health of this land and you would be wise to aid me. 4. I have forgotten my purpose in the presence of such legendary beauty. Have I begun hallucinating in double? Very cheesy, but very tempting. Or 5. I'd gladly burn this place down, but I have more pressing concerns. Jesus. That won't win them over. I seek a man who came through here. My business concerns the and you'd be wise to aid me. I don't like their tone, so I'm going to give them some snark.
That may be, flesh creature. But I do wonder whether your intentions are quite so noble as that. Are you here for the land, or for you?
Both.
He is here for Theos Exarchanon. That much is evident.
Alright. You know who he is?
The answer is yes, old one. We crossed paths with Theos not long ago, and we can tell you where he went. But I find it curious that anyone would seek him out. Suspicious, even. If we are to help you find him, we would know why.
I have a problem. He's the only one who can fix it. Not really. Stopping him might end Waidwin's legacy. He must face justice for his transgressions. He crossed me. I intend to get my revenge. We seem to be linked, and I need to know why. I don't fully know myself, or my reasons are my own concern. It has nothing to do with you. Didn't really cross me. I mean, I'm now a watcher and all that. We do seem to be linked. But for now, I found out that he is responsible for Waidwin's legacy.
So that is the reason he passed this way. This is low, even for the Leaden Key.
Alright, so you know how bad they are.
I told you we should have confronted him, Sheila. He has always been a poison.
It would have been the last thing we ever did, sister. Who can be said to have ever gotten the better of Theos?
Well, I'm gonna make good on it.
Yes, but imagine how much fun it would have been. Can't you just picture him all strung up in vines like an angry little puppet?
I have a sincere doubt they would restrain him for a second.
But that's not what this is really about, is it? You are bound to that man.
Am I? Cedar glances over at you and then her expression changes as though seeing you for the first time.
Now, you are awakened. Your soul is awake and something once buried deep now wells to the surface. Past overwhelms present, closes in around you. Your time has nearly reached its end.
What the hell do you mean my time's nearly reached its end? There's all kinds of people walking around with awakened souls. Oh no, wait, it starts driving you mad, that's why. I just need to get to Theos.
I'm sorry to tell you this, but Theos cannot give you what you seek. Nor can any man. An awakening cannot be undone, any more than your past can be undone.
Well, that sucks. What do you mean? I thought Merwold said... Alod's face is rigid. This is... permanent? Oh, for once, Durance's angry fucking racist bullshit is on my side, and it's funny. We did not come down this road together to be refused passage by a pair of talking saplings. Ever the diplomat, Durance. Maldito! There must be some way. All my party are on my side here. The grieving mother. To be chained to such a past. Her face is pale, her eyes hollow. Oh, for a change. A bitter and grievous thing watcher. So this has all been for nothing, and I'm going to lose my mind.
The soul is formless without a past to shape it. Did you truly expect to be able to wipe it away?
No, but I'd hoped it would be something I could forget. I'd rather have tried to put things right. I would live with it if I could. That or kill the man who brought it up. I had to believe in something. I didn't have a choice. No, I'd rather try to put things right. All those answers are a bit vague. A noble thought, but for the lifetimes that separate you from your problems.
However, as much as my sister speaks truly that there is no way back from an awakening, there may yet be a way forward. Would you agree, Shiva?
Well, progress is progress, I suppose.
Were the way not so likely to end in death?
So likely. What is it?
The man Theos, you must already know by now. You are linked by a common past. Something about it lingers within you, festering, unresolved. What it is I cannot see any more than you. And without that knowledge, your doom is certain.
Okay.
But were you to learn the source of this discord, perhaps it could be put to rest. Though it is equally possible it will trouble you as much now as it did then, and merely speed your condition to its end.
Okay. Well, my past comes to me in pieces, so how do I unlock the rest?
You might wait for it to come on its own, of course. But when it comes, it will replace your sanity's last breath. Such is the nature of your condition.
Well, that sucks.
Or you could learn it from someone who already knows.
Theos. Oh, what do you remember?
It is said the gods made his memory perfect, that he may never forget his charge. If he ever knew, he still does.
What is his charge? You guys very much in character are talking in bloody riddles.
Not that he would tell you, of course.
Ugh, they're doing that whole creepy twin thing, finishing each other's sentences.
You have followed the right person for the wrong reason, it seems. We see it often beneath the elms. The soul dragging mind and body to unknown places for unfathomable reasons. You may have wandered into Theos' path many times, in many lifetimes, without an awakening to show you why.
Okay.
The only thing that's certain is you did not find what you sought.
Well, thanks for that. You said you know where he went. Let's get to that.
He has gone down beneath the tower to a place older than we, where the people of Engwith once walked. He makes his way to the buried city, Sun and Shadow.
Mm-hmm.
May he stay down there and rot with the remains of his people.
His people are older than even you are? Christ.
He may yet. He won't be returning the way he came, that much is certain. He opened a secret path in the tower's base, and saw it destroyed behind him through some vile means.
Is there another way to get in?
I know of one. On the burial isle, through the court of the penitents, Braeth Yaman. A shortcut, in fact.
Huh. Surprised he didn't know of that.
Don't be cruel, sister.
Oh, of course, I can't go on the burial aisle, blah blah blah, Ingwithans and their racism.
The way my sister speaks of is not for the faint of heart. A great pit at the center of a forgotten court, where faiths were judged in place of crimes. To most, it is simply a gateway to death. With the help of the gods, it can take you where you want to go.
What is this court?
No more than a ruin now. It is older than we. A place for the trial of heretics.
Huh.
We were not here to witness it. But at one time there was a group that refused to acknowledge the gods. Neither the first nor the last, of course, but these were numerous and all put on trial for it.
Mm-hmm.
Those who did not repent were cast into the pit and imprisoned below.
So, that place sounds great.
The fall killed them, of course. The prison was not for people, but for their souls, and their sentences were eternal. It is said that many of the condemned repented and were permitted by the gods to ascend from the pit, so long as they pledged their service to one of them. But these are old legends.
Well, in this game, old legends pretty much mean, yeah, that's what's happened. So what do you mean with the help of the gods?
The pit is said to have been a means of judgment by the gods. Those cast into it are meant to die. It is that way you must pass to reach Sun and Shadow.
Awesome.
The court is old. We do not know much for certain, but it would seem only the gods themselves can grant passage.
Great, so how would I ever get the gods to help me?
Behind us is Ter Evron, said to pierce the shroud itself and a place of communion with all gods. If ever there was a time for prayer, you have found it.
So the only way to get through... Oh, I got my options here again, folks. So the only way to get through this pit is to pray for help. Well, who would I pray to? Is there no other way? 4, how do I pray? 5, I have other questions. Or 6, farewell. Of course there's no other way. So how do I pray?
Ter Evron is also called the Hall of Stars, and the stars show us the allegiances of the gods. When stars are in conjunction, we know the gods they represent are aligned as well.
Uh-huh.
You should choose a place to pray where you'll be closest to those you want to hear you. If a god stands alone, you should pray to that god. If they band together, you should address them all. Choose your words wisely, for all gods expect proper homage, and none has patience for fools.
Fantastic. So who would I pray to? Any god you can, I should think.
I would pray first to those gods you like best. I hope for your sake, the feeling is shared.
Is there no other way? Uh-huh.
What do you wish to know?
So, yeah, with other questions and stuff. How did you know I was pursuing Thaos?
The same way that you are no doubt able to peer into the ether and experience the souls of others. It is something we are born with, some more, some less. A gift common to many creatures of the wilds.
Alright, they're definitely dryads of some kind.
You share certain...
ancient...
similarities with the man you pursue. For your sake, I pray they are few and of no consequence.
I'm trying to... Adragans, that's what I was thinking of. In this game, sort of dryad-style creatures called Adragans. They seem like ancient Adragans. You mentioned that people come to these elms without knowing why. A soul has a will of its own. Its needs and whims are seldom understood, but they follow them all the same.
There is something about this place that reaches beyond our understanding. Something like a beacon. The elms have a way of uniting souls that have been seeking one another, with or without their owner's awareness. Sometimes it is for love, sometimes for vengeance, sometimes for peace. Often it is for no reason we will ever know. In your case, let us hope it is for peace.
Or vengeance.
They got some banter to them. Actually, I want to know what the two of you are.
There is little to be said about us, for we are bound here, caretakers and defenders of this place. Our journey has been over time, but not distance, measured in observations, but not experiences.
Sounds like a crappy way to live.
We have seen the elms grow tall. We have seen cities built, burned, and built again. The only constant has been the tower, a silent companion through the ages. You can imagine why this recent destruction has stirred my sister so.
Uh-huh.
If you do nothing else, make that man pay for what he did here.
That I can guarantee. I need to know about praying for the support of the
gods. We will
gods.
tell you what we can.
But the only way to get through this pit is to pray for help.
Not the only way. Just the only one that doesn't end with your body impaled on jagged rocks.
Alright.
Before you
Fairly
go,
well.
Tell me this, old one. I'm curious. If you were to subdue your enemy, what would you do with him? What would give you peace?
Oh, now that's a good question. What would give me peace in terms of dealing with Theos? Let's see, I won't know until I get there. 2, I need to understand our history so it may be put to rest. Nothing more. 3, he must be destroyed. That's a fair answer. 4, I would return him to the wheel of life and death so he may trouble me no more. 5, I wish to undo the harm he's caused. 6, I would set him on a better path. Christ, no. 7, I would take his place and power for myself. No. I can't undo the harm he's caused. I'd return him to the wheel. He wouldn't trouble me and he'd finally just be out.
Why let him off so easily? You would need a grove of elms like these to create enough parchment to write down his crimes against the world. There must be some greater punishment you can exact.
Well, killing him's pretty bad.
Surely, sister, he must do what is right for him. All the same, think on this matter. Be assured in your course. In the end, it may mean all the difference, not just to his soul, but to yours.
Okay.
And be warned. Some questions have answers that can never be learned, and it is those that trouble the soul above all others. May you find an answer to yours.
Well, that was a rich bit of narrative. Right, so the Delamgan sisters directed me to tear Evron to petition the favour of the gods. Pray to the gods at Tear Evron. New quest, Court of the Penitents. Travel to the Burial Isle. I've learned from Cedar and Rhiannon that the way into Sun in Shadow lies in the Burial Isle district. There is an ancient court there that can lead me to Theos. Oh. Made a lot more money now from my stronghold. Oh, and there's been a quest added. I'll read that later. Let's assign... And see... Oh, that's all right. We'll read it. We'll read it. In the Court of Bowing Ashes stands a towering Adra statue intertwined with living trees. Dating back to the Engwithans, it is believed to represent an Orlan ruler of that lost empire. Though the natural progress of time has done some damage to it, the Glanfathans remember one act of vandalism against it from the early colonial days. During the chaos of the Broken Stone War, Adira explorers ventured deep into Glanfath, making their way to the Court of Bowing Ashes, and scaled the statue to break loose a single eye, large as an Alma's head, and made of pure Adraban. Most of the members of that band were captured and killed by the Glanfathans, but the eye was never recovered. In recent years, rumours have spread through the Eastern Reach that a new owner of the eye has been attempting to sell it through covert markets. The Anamfather of at least 3 tribes would reward anyone who recovered it. Well, goodness, I'm there right now. Let's do it. I'll send Barbarian Lady on that one. Manaha. Oh, I can go in there now. Okay. Do I handle a few of the quests first? Glanfathan Home, the Golden Grove. Yeah, truth be told, that...
Did you hear that? About our awakenings being permanent?
What do you mean? Oh, awakenings are permanent. Oh, yes, of course. Aloth wasn't just worried for me. He was worried about the fact that he's got an awakened soul inside of him. Yeah, but you just have an awakened soul. You're not a watcher. You're not going mad. So quit your bitching. Now, regarding Shimok. We deserve a better leader. Huh. Seems they're not all happy with Eloth, or whatever her name is. So, there's this thing, the blood... whatever it was. Yeah, sacrificial bloodlines. He wants his own foster daughter entrusted to his care killed so he can still have someone of his bloodline, and more specifically his tribe's traditions, take over from him, but he keeps fathering weak-souled children. Whatever that means. And there's a Keeper Rurda is willing to do a sacrificial ritual that will consume her essence. But Liras, although he supposedly won't be named successor, because he already found that he has a weak soul, so it'll be nothing to do with him. Now that's his word for it, you know. They seem to make a point about having very specific traditions. Shimok's son Liras confronted me about his father's plan, asked me to poison Shimok instead so I can obtain... I have to admit, compared to like, yeah, I'm going to murder a child to give you a temporary boost of super sperm. How about no? He rewards people, you know, and it'll be beneficial to me, the Amananth. The thing is, I suppose if I poison him, they can't say either way because they're going to keep this completely clandestine. The potion he would drink if I actually did have the child sacrificed, he would take completely in secret. At this point, I will drop a real save because that's going to be a huge turning point. I wonder if it's going to have some blowback. Like, I killed Raedric and installed a decent person on the throne. But it turns out that decent person was not a very effective ruler, and now undead Raedric has come back and is like murdering everyone in the hold and wants my blood. Bleda, hello. I hear you can make certain poisons. She takes a deep draw on her pipe. Poisons? I only deal in tonics that heal and enlighten. She exhales a puff of smoke. Of course, many beneficial substances can be harmful when taken in great quantities, but that's just Werther's way of keeping all things in balance. Really, what kind of substances? She leans against the winding tree trunk and ticks the items off on her fingers. Oh, there's plenty. Concentrated Carogolan, undistilled spider venom, rotten blood moss extract, cave coral mixed with skein bone. I don't know. I don't know which one's going to be best. Concentrated carrot. Undistilled spider venom is just going to look like spider. Rotten blood moss extract. Why do I have a feeling this decision is going to matter? I'm going to try cave coral and skein bone. She stops counting and scratches her head. What would you want with something like that? Well, my friend Stelgar is dying, and he wants to ease the creature's passing. Shrug. I just thought I'd experiment with it and see what happens. Yeah. Her eyes brighten. A herbalist yourself, are you? Here, take this. Yeah, I wasn't going to give some bullshit story. I wasn't going to shrug nonchalantly. She gives you a vial filled with a dark fluid. This should keep you busy for a while. Only use a little at a time and see it doesn't get misplaced. Half that toast would dose would kill an Alma. Slowly, perhaps, but surely. Was there anything else I could do for you? Alright. Trick Shimok into drinking the poison. I convinced Bleda to give me a rather potent poison. Since Shimok's already expecting a potion, I should be able to dupe him into drinking this. I like the fact it's slowly but surely. He'll die of the poison later. It won't instantly strangle him. While I already have the poison, I can still take the baby and bring her to Werder in Blood Sands to follow through with Shimok's plan. Yeah, no. Like, hell bloody no. I'm not murdering a baby for the sake of his bloodline pride. The curious thing though, before I go through with this, because I'm literally have not been in here very long. I've got the run of the town now, and I've now spoken with the holiest of holies, those two Adragan women. But apparently, he seems to think if his tribe goes down, or like he goes down, and there's no one strong enough to replace him, there'll be intertribal warfare or this, that, and the other. Oh no, that would be if he got found out doing the thing. He basically thinks that they'd start losing against the Direwood. Thing is, quite frankly, they're so bigoted against us, and we're Direwood, and the fact that if his tribe gets weak is beneficial to us because they're guarding temples that could actually help stop the Hollowborn legacy for no other reason they were told to. In a lot of ways, I'm warming to the Glanfathans in some regard, but they're hostile and unfriendly, even despite being nominally polite. So, as far as I see, win-win. Prevent some psycho murdering a child for the sake of the ego of his sperm, and if his psychotic tribe becomes a little bit weaker, well, all right then. So busy sort of like, yeah, we're all keen to kill people. Ah, there's Liras. Do what's right, Estremor. He says he's not going to benefit, or like not going to become the successor. See, this feels like one of those weird things where this is so obviously overtly one side of it is evil and wrong. Like, one side of it is like, yeah, I want to murder, I want to sacrifice one baby so I can have my own better baby. So I potentially poison him. Why do I get the feeling this might go all wrong? I always love that. I can tell him that Liras has asked me to kill you. Oh, here's the potion you asked for. What are you trying to give me? Something's wrong. What are you trying to give me? Damn, I don't have to resolve with the intellect good enough. Do I say it's poison? Yeah, Shimok is definitely getting put on the adoption red list. I know, right? Damn it. The thing is, I don't have high enough intellect to resolve to get away. Ah, that's annoying. I don't know if this thing's got off your base stats or not. There's just... It's distilled essence, really. Let's see if my honesty check kicks in. He rushes at you with a cry of rage. Ah, fuck. Should have told the truth. Whoops. Oh, 37. Load the autosave. Maybe I should have committed to that. I wouldn't normally reload with something like that. I'm just like, okay, I've made this decision. Here's what's going to happen. But quite literally,
All right, then.
this is going to go very badly wrong. Well, at least I can't go back. I've just quick saved it again, so I can't go back and pick a different potion. The Orlan child. I should kill you for this. We're surrounded by my best warriors. That would be unwise. That's all. This chore is regrettable, but is also necessary. It's not. Have we journeyed so far to become tangled in matters of politics, pettiness? Her face is carved with stern, rigid lines. We must not do this, Watcher. We've come to save the children, the future of the Direwood. I will not stand by you if you do this evil. Oh, when it comes to losing the grieving mother, no quite. I was never going to do it anyway, but... Give Shimok the poison. I can just tell him at this time it's poison. Okay. There's no way out of it. I quick saved it. I picked the wrong potion bottle. So... let's knock you down. Right, so we've got to fight all of the 3 tusks. We are going to be in a bad way about this, but hopefully, when it's like, yeah, he was trying to do this terrible thing, we were forced to fight. Alright. I kind of feel obliged to, to stick with the decision anyway. Like, right, I'll have Pallegina come and take these 2 on. Or deprive the unworthy. Go that way, and we'll have you... Well, it's our first fight of the whole evening. Oh, she can start off with a level 5 one. Jesus, she's getting strong. Soul Ignition. Puppet Master, one of you. Because there's a lot of them running in. And Aloth. Do we do a Killing Bolt? Oh, I could do Consulhaut's Crushing Doom. I've not got a chance to try that yet. Wreck these heathens. Do you suppose if we talked to a child sacrificing elder, she'll have given us... Yeah, probably. I probably would have pulled it off. I should have maybe spoken to her. I could have done a lot more to find out about that quest before I went ahead and done it. I've rushed into the poisoning. But no, you know what? I need to live with this decision. I really need to just, I shouldn't have even really reloaded it. I should have just sort of stuck with it. Little things, once or twice, when it's been a little something, and I'm like, why would I do that? I just want to see what the answers are. I've kind of done a reload. But something like this, which is going to be a major plot point, I've kind of got to commit. telling the person its child wants us to kill him? I don't think so. Just be a bad outcome for Lillas. Actually, I'll put, and Pallegina, I'll have her go for that one. Actually, you know what? Pallegina, I'll have her summon... Well, I'll summon some figurines first, right there. And...
Hey.
Excellent. We have some shades. Okay, Adair's doing a lot of tanking. Vigorous defense. It might not... It might get at the savagery that these folks regard as a virtue. I suppose it's rather than the virtue of committing to a decision, it's a case of just being sort of true to the gameplay, as it were. But I could have spent a lot more time finding out. As I could certainly have spoken to the wild woman. I think grassing up his son wouldn't have helped at all. Goodness, what else? Like, yeah, I think the only real faux pas I did, I could have spoken to her, found out more about the poison, and picked the right poison. Because I think that choice of 1 of 4, only one would have looked suitably like the extracted essence. Right, those shades are not very strong. Draining freeze. Put that on you. Another draining freeze on you. And you cast a draining freeze on one of the Stilgar. Right, we've dominated the 3-tusk wilder woman. Aloth's currently in the process of... Oh, Christ. Casting... He started casting the bloody hammer. That's just going to wreck the wild woman. Pallegina. Any of them buffed and so on? No, that's fine. Pallegina, run out here and deal with the first blade. Krayven. That one's already stunned for a few more seconds. Just keep doing your thing. Adair. You've activated Vigorous Defense. Oh, you've got your wrong sword equipped. There we are. Change weapons, man. We need to interrupt that wild woman with something. Iridescent scarab there will do. Do it! Why are you not casting your scarab? There. Alright, that's stupid. The 3-tusk wilder woman we dominated, we're pounding into the ground with a hammer. That's helpful. In fact, I'll cancel what she's doing and do a sworn enemy that way instead. Right, those shades are putting up quite a good fight. Grieving Mother. Nailed that warrioress. I keep forgetting that we are much, much tougher. Durance. Let's stick some despondent blows on this lot. And oh, that's why he's still not activated, bloody. Oh, for God's sake, will you... That's better. Now, put the frickin' scarab down. Right, Pallegina's tanking 2 of those. Nail the one with the sworn enemy. This is going to do terrible things for our reputation. Dreadful things. Right, Durance, you need to cast... that's got... Oh, wow, he critted with Despondent Blows. That's good. Barbs of Condemnation on the Stilgar. Krayven still doesn't have any wounds yet. As we're trying to get used to. Krayven, run over here and pummel this one. Aloth, you're standing there not doing very much. See if you can toxify that one. Now that won't help. Do expose vulnerabilities. Right there's a good place for it. There we are. Right. Exy, you like beetles? Here's a big beetle. In the meantime, let's put a knockdown on Shimok. That one's stunned. Durance is actually holding his own a bit. So start doing consecrated ground. Actually, you know what? Never mind that. Durance, cheese it to here. And Krayven, Torment's Reach. That one's stunned for 4.5 seconds. It's badly injured. Take on the 3-Tusk Warrior S. Right, these shades are really holding their own. Do a second freezing attack. There. Grieving Mother. You can do Soul Ignition on this one. Pallegina, do Deprive the Unworthy. Does that affect as an AoE? Yeah, no, just do it on that one. Do Deprive the Unworthy on her. We haven't tried that yet. They are everything I've ever wanted. What, giant pet beetles that fight for you in battle. Yeah, I must admit, it's not bad, is it? Take that 3-Tusk Warrior S. I've only got the 2 shades left. Obviously, one of them's been killed. Right, and Aloth. Okay, everyone's terrified. We should probably do a prayer against fear. Right, Aloth, what are you going to cast next? Come over here and make one of these guys sick. That's Stilgar there. Adra Beetle will take care of that. Oh, Durance did not successfully disengage. But he does have a knockdown in his pants. Okay, he's going to actually cast a thing now. Pallegina's still casting Deprive the Unworthy. Krayven got any wounds? No, alright. Pummel that thing again. Alright, that guy's basically immune to being knocked down. Adair, focus on that one. Kill it faster. Grieving Mother. That shade's about to die. Grieving Mother still has 38. She's in the middle of casting. Aloth is still casting. What is up with the cast speeds today? Right, the beetle is clearly winning. That one's now prone. Aloth can... Oh, Durance even can at least here. Oh, he's stuck. That's very annoying. Has he got any kind of pushback? Alright, well, we'll just do some Holy Radiance. And Krayven, you know what? Actually kick the Stilgar's ass. That thing's badly injured. 3 per rest. We don't really need it. Recall Agony. What does the Cradle do? This guy's got... No, none of them got any beneficial effects on themselves. She's nearly dead. Well, the Grieving Mother's stuck in it a little bit. Alright, has Aloth actually cast his... What is wrong with you? Cast the damn thing. And Pallegina... Scroll of Valor. What's this? Slow Spirits. Lowering their speed and movement. We'll try and take that one out as well. These two fire blades. Yeah, just keep shooting at that one, as you need some focus back. Right, that thing's finally dead. Durants get to here and do Consecrated Ground. Right, now the big old beetle can go against Shimok. And Adair do an Into the Fray on the Stelgar. He's stunned. Right, and once you've done that... Right, cast a quick Prayer Against Fear. It seems to be doing us in. And how's the Grieving Mother doing? Right, she can blow some people up now. Put Pain Block on yourself. Oh no, she can't. She can't self-cast it. That's very annoying. She can do a stun and raw damage. Yeah, Psychic Scream. That one's nearly dead. Aloth. Arcane Veil. Yeah, boost your deflection. Right, that thing's down. Adair, you've got... Just charge this guy. Oh, that charge ended up just wiping out the beetle. But okay, Adair's one-on-one with Shimok. Won't take long. Right, everyone's getting their endurance back in some capacity. We'll do... No, we don't need to do Slow Spirits. Durance is fine. How's that thing not dead? Right, Durance, at this point, you've used up all your funky monkey stuff. Are you still casting Prayer Against Fear? Keep shooting that one. That one's nearly dead. Aloth, what else have you got? Oh yeah, you've got a fire thingy. Ah, skeletons, even better. Let's throw some support. Let's get some extra adds up. And Krayven, what else have you got left in your trick bag? Nothing right now. Oh, I'll just keep hitting her. Right, you attack that one, and you attack that one. Do Into the Fray on him. How's she still not dead? Right, Durance at this point, just hit her. Right, that one's gone splat. Grieving Mother, you've got 30 more. Put a pain link on. Let me just check I've got how that works right again. Yeah, put the pain link on it there. Actually, no, Durant, you know what? Come round to that side. Now start laying into people. Krayven, tell you what, Grieving Mother,
I'm here.
Run the hell up there. Krayven, get down here. Now, come in and punch this one to death. Pallegina, finally, you got that one down. Right, punch that one to death. And Durant, oh no, that's Aloth. Arcane Assault right there. Excellent, that's working out quite well. Whoa! The hell just happened there? Where's the Grieving Mother? Oh, he just did some big old AoE thing. And Christ, Durant's just got knocked out. I thought he was just getting free blows. Heart of Fury. Okay, that's a unique thing. He's ended up with a wrench knee for his trouble. That's gone and done. Oh, that's not so bad. If you're going to get a knocked out, -2 move speed is like whoop-de-doo. Right. Krayven, help wipe her out. Grieving Mother, take your second wind. Aloth, get out of the AoE. And this guy, no, do a second Arcane Assault. Shoot this one, rebuild some focus. Near death. Right, Pallegina's got her super sword. Krayven got another one to go. He does. One more. Right, she's gone splat. You come in here. You come in here. Whoa, easy. Krayven, get round there. Right. You hit him there. What the hell? Second wind, Pallegina, second wind. Christ. Krayven, second wind. And you shoot him. And you do... You shoot him. What is he doing to us? This is Heart of Fury. It's insane. And she got a second Deprived the Unworthy. Cast it, like, right now. You dare cast your little Acolyte's Radiance. You know what, Krayven? Just get out of the way and do the long pain. And I fight him from a distance. Whoa. There is no kidding. This guy is a lot tougher than I was giving him credit for. He's got some... Deprived the Unworthy. We got it off just in time. It's temporarily removing all his buffs. Holy shit. He's doing some ridiculous... He has an AoE thing called Heart of Fury. And it's doing ludicrous endurance damage. I did not see that coming. And this is to a party that's considered way, way tough for this point in the game. You dare do it unbending.
That's really
Whoa, he's still going down. Drink a potion. Do a quick blast of... Fuck it, what's he on? He's nearly dead. Hit him with something heavy. There, that'll do. No, that'll hit a dare. Shit. Pure blast and magical force. Minna letters bounding missiles. No, we'll just still do the concussive missiles. It dare stay upright.
Hey. Drift!
Oh, we're not done yet. There's one last little warrior-esque, like, I'll show you. Get wrecked. And you can do, what do we do? Recall Agony, that'll be a fun one.
Hey.
Yeah, she got
That's it!
Yeah, Recall Agony. I should use that more often. Right. I'm not sure how that's going to pan out, because I've just kind of killed all of them. And now Aloth wants to talk to me.
If those Delumgon are right, you and I are stuck with our awakenings.
Oh, right, yeah.
Not quite the news I was hoping for.
Oh, yes. It just means we've got to focus on finding Theos. Worrying won't change anything. 3, it distresses me too. 4, I'm concerned about you. How are you taking this? This isn't fair. We're stuck with memories and personalities from ages ago. 6, at least one of you got some good news. Right, Isilmir? That's really mean. Yeah, just got to focus on finding Theos. Let's just have a goal.
Yes, focus on the goal. A sensible perspective, particularly in the midst of such uncertainty.
Yeah, I figured that might appeal to his nature.
And while I hate to turn the subject back to myself, this all has me thinking about Isilmir. And I'm stuck with her now.
You've been awakened for decades now. Did you really think anything would change? That's mean. She's not that bad. I can't imagine having her in my head. It's time you dealt with this, Aloth. You mean she's stuck with you? Yeah, I
You
can't
remember
imagine.
Brackenbury Sanitarium?
Yes. Besides, on the bright side, I've got plenty of time to figure out how to deal with her. Your whole life you've been taking orders. If you can't assert your authority over her, you'll never have it anywhere else. You've got to make that decision, Aloth. What do you think? Like it or not, she's a part of you, and she could be a source of strength if you learn to work with her. Looking forward to seeing you in the sequel, Isilmir. Who knows? I literally did an opening playthrough on the day it was launched, and I put it straight back down, so I don't know what's coming at all. I made sure to keep it that way. Yeah, let's try and take the positive track.
I've lived with her most of my life, and I've always seen her as an adversary. It should have occurred to me the day she stood up to my father. But there's something about being too close to a situation to see it clearly.
Uh-huh.
It will be a relief to stop fighting her.
Okay, got a viable solution for him. Even as he says it, something struggles within him. The muscles in his face twitch and his skin quivers. His eyes roll back in his skull, exposing slivers of white. Sweat beads and glistens on his forehead. After several seconds, he sighs and looks back at you. That wasn't as difficult as I expected. I think deep down, I'd always hoped to find a solution elsewhere. When I was a child, I always thought my mother would come home with a mysterious cure, or that my father, without knowing it, could somehow send her away just as he'd called her forth. I can't pretend that I didn't spend years of my arcane training hoping that one of my instructors would have the answer somewhere in his grimoire. When I joined the Leaden Key, I hoped and believed that with enough loyal service, I'd gain the ear of someone in the organisation who could help me. Even when I met you and realised your unique talents, I hoped that you might be able to reach into my soul the way I've seen you do with so many others. I've been looking for someone else to solve my problem, now I realise I've just got to face it on my own. You haven't been on, let's see. That's how it's supposed to be. Search for answers elsewhere and you find them in yourself. Most people need that kind of guidance. You don't. I've been with you the whole way. I still am. You haven't been on your own. I got you through Brackenbury, remember? I like the first answer. That's a monk-like answer.
That's a charming way to think of things. And not an unpleasant one either.
Huh. I seem to be making all the right dialogue choices for Aloth. It's a bit I couldn't make those with this guy whose entire clan I just
Reminds me
murdered.
of something else the Delamgon said. About the gods not being real.
What? They didn't say that. They said pray to the gods that are there. A cautious... He says it quietly as if afraid someone might hear. I don't know what they meant. I was going to say, they did tell us to pray to the gods. That can't be entirely true. No, I mean, normally I'd be like, yep, gods aren't real, but... Don't tell me you're getting your panties in a knot about something. Yeah, that's such a great answer. They did tell us to... I have to admit, yeah, in terms of the game's lore and its world, there seems to be gods to pray to.
Yes, I suppose so. Still, I can't help but worry at the state we'd be in if that were somehow true. If there were no power guiding us in this life and shepherding us to the next.
I don't know, being responsible for your own actions and making your own choices? I'm sure we'd find our way on our own, yeah.
I hope you're right.
While we're stopped, let's discuss something else. So you've made peace with this Lemire. What's that like? Relaxing. More so than I expected. As contentious as she is, I imagine that letting her in would merely unleash the torrent, but now that I'm not fighting her, it seems she isn't fighting me. And you were right. I found much to learn from her. That was fucking quick. That's all. Right, I am very curious as to what my character menu says about Twin Elms. I'm still an ally, faintly good. Christ knows how. This Hall of Heroes is a goddamn massacre site. Right, so... Sacrificial bloodlines. My attempt at poisoning Shimok failed and I was forced to kill him in combat instead. This is not going to go over well. Like, at all. Copper, what's this? Thigh clef. Large shield. Exceptional. And what's safeguarding? That's pretty good. This impressively large shield boasts a relief of Dev Clef, an important Glanfathan landmark. Dev Clef was the site of a brutal battle between the Glanfathans and the Deerwoodens during a tumultuous period before the 10 Years' Treaty was signed. The crags and caves along the cliffs provided the Glanfathans with plentiful cover from which to stage their attacks against Direwooden forces, allowing them to duck out of sight the moment a threat emerged. Given this natural advantage, the Glanfathans succeeded in driving the Direwoodens from the region. Adair can take that one. He's carrying all these shields. The rest of it is mainly garbage. Fine flail. Oh, a single flail rather than a multi-flail. Apparently this is stealing, but whatever. And what's this book? The Ethic Knoll. The Ethic Knoll is a group both... I've never seen this book before. Fascinating and dangerous. An ancient druidic order. Its beliefs fall well outside what the average person might imagine of druids, though details are sketchy. The Ethic Knoll would seem to have originated in the White March, as the order itself consists mostly of dwarves. The traditional druidic chants of the Ethic Knoll speak of the people as a collective whole that created a necessary balance through their strict adherence to the purity of their line. These sound like Nazis. This has been interpreted by historical chroniclers to mean that there were a time when only dwarves were allowed to be Ethic Knoll. Residing now in Twin Elms, records of the Ethic Knoll date back to well before the settlement had arrived in its present name. And in fact, some information places them in Twin Elms even before the Glanfathans arrived. If this is truly the case, the Ethic Knoll are one of the oldest druidic orders in existence. Their beliefs don't conform to what is normally viewed as a druidic viewpoint. Sacrifice, blood, fire, and an intense drive for balance in all things, well beyond most druidic standards, pervade their rituals. Core to this is the dogma that if you want something from the universe, you must sacrifice something into the universe to maintain the balance. Nothing can ever be received without something first being given. If you perform the sacrifice, your desires will always be satiated. The simplest example of the sacrificial balance is explained as the author went as thus. Dwarven druids, how unnatural. Say you are one of the Ethic Null, and say you want your daughter's marriage to go well. You don't want problems. So you ask of the elders what you must do. You are told what the appropriate sacrifice is, and then you perform it. In this case, it could be as simple as throwing some coins into lava, giving the metal back to the earth, sacrificing something that is important to you, right? But the requirement is always different. You don't know what is expected of you until you ask. The more significant request, the more significant the demand. And most things of true value must be paid in blood. I was told of people removing fingers, toes, even whole limbs. One farmer was reputed to have sacrificed his youngest son. Another good question many people have raised is in regards to the Glanfathans. Why do they allow such potentially violent, possibly dangerous people to live in Glanfath? Why not force them out? Rumours are that the Ethic Null are able to make from an ancient recipe a unique war paint, apparently blood-based, and they're the only people in the world who can. The Glanfathans, it is said, have come to believe this war paint provides tremendous advantage in combat, and the residence of the Ethic Null in Twin Elms is predicated on the fair trade of the substance. Ah. Though simple and unadorned, the blades are made of sharp and finely tempered steel.
Absolutely.
I'm going to have to fess up because I've ended up kind of killing an entire sort of clan's hierarchy, which is not ideal.
Hey.
I don't know what the knock-on effects of that are going to be. I mean, the dude was trying to kill babies. Coco! As no one's in here, I'm going to steal everything of value. Rite of Ancient Legends. Crates contain a few necessities of a Glanfathan travelling party: furs and blankets, sturdy hide clothing, and gifts of carved adra.
I can do that.
Yeah, come on, Durance, locksmith boy.
That's settled.
Huh. Oh, there's Lyris still standing there. Lyris looks you in the eye and gives you a slow nod. Okay.
I'll see what I can find.
I can do that.
He's not very stealthy. Don't mind while I like loot all your family's, you know, treasure and stuff. The hearth smells of freshly cooked game. Grease spatters the blackened bricks. Oh, it's making me hungry. I think that group believes that babies are a renewable resource. I think you're right, Exy.
Hey.
Well, I'm committed now. Christ. Virtue guides your hands, Kared. Yeah, you might think that. I do not feel all that good about it. Right. Well, that's the entire head of the Stelgar clan. That's going to have a knock-on effect in some dialogue. If it turns out it gets to the point where there's some sort of Amanfath gathering, like they've been hinting at, like still needs to happen, but they keep saying next season, so maybe it won't. But yeah, right, well, everyone hasn't turned hostile yet. No, that's all fine. Hello, small child. Three Stelgar will find a way to continue without Shimok. Wow. Beware of your candor amongst the... I mean, to be fair, he attacked me, though I tried to poison him. But they are remarkably like, oh, yeah. They hate outsiders. May starlight guide you, foreigner. Yeah, they say foreigner, and I mean, they shot that merchant through the neck for basically having an argument with another foreigner. It's just like, he's getting uppity and he was rude following a trade. Arrow through the neck. I just went and killed one of the 6 highest ranking people in the entire Glanfathan tradition and his entire retinue after trying to poison him for a reason that literally no one's ever going to admit to. He was trying to kill babies. It's like, no one's... But I can somehow get away with it? That's very, very odd. Speak with this world. Hello.
Many blessings, traveler.
Ah, the budding herbalist. Looking for any new ingredients? Nope, we're good. We're totally good. What was left? Alright, the Mercy of the Tribes, a Champion of Barath. Right, that's Northern Wilderness, that's Northern Wilderness. It's just those two, and then the Council of Stars, Pray to the Gods at Tyr Everon. Just curious where the wilderness actually is. Now, I haven't been to Blood Sands yet. I want to see what they're about. We'll just take a little look-see in their general direction. Your goodness would earn you welcome at any hearth. You're all being way nicer to me after I've gone and murdered an Amenfath. The clear waters taste decent. This is very strange. Your goodness would earn you a such and such. There's no greater honour than dying for one's tribe. If some fall in battle, how is this different? Okay. Hello. The Ethic Knoll. I took the merchant's death as an assassination, and that a non-truthful explanation. Oh yeah, he's basically... I took it as like he had expectations of a product that didn't deliver, but it couldn't deliver his expectations. Oh, Pallegina's got a level up. And he kicked off about it and offended them, and they're easily offended and quick to kill outsiders. It's just still how I've gotten away with just this. And they're like, oh, well, they'll just have to carry on without the Amenfath guy you just killed. That's all good. Completely insane. I'm gonna give us some more lore this time. And no, survival 7's fine. I'll give her a touch more stealth. There you go. You bestowed a great honor upon them. Massive amounts of murder. Ooh. Greater lay on hands. Modifies lay on hands, extra endurance. I need to remember to do that. Plus 77 affects allies, or what's deep faith? Modifies faith and conviction. Increased defensive, but I don't have faith and conviction as an ability. Oh, it's passive. Plus 2 deflection, plus 3 to all defenses except deflection. Yeah, I'll take the passive one, to be honest, just make her a bit tougher. Alright. So what's in this site? That's a lot of blood. Like, a lot of blood. Alright, I'm going to commit to that killing now. Quick save. I can't undo it. I can't undo it. I've now saved over it at this point. Ethic Null welcomes your presence, supplicants. Essence taken by force. May sustain one, but essence given freely empowers many. Talon and supplicant. Alright, what's your deal? Keeper Garrost, a dwarven man, stands motionless near the roaring fire that lights the cavern. Your sacrifice feeds the land. Supplicants, come forth. Oh, have I just sacrificed loads of people? A gust of smoke curls around him, licking the charred flesh that bulges on his forearms. They suddenly flex. Estremor. The dwarf holds his fists in a tight grip. Your kin doesn't come here to share with the tribes. What do you want? What's this place? Blood Sands. The dwarf picks on his scarred forearm. A guttural sigh mingles with the crackling of the wood and bones behind him. Jesus. As I said, Estremoran rarely visit our halls. I'm not surprised. You're a bunch of psychotic blood druids. The Glanfathans call this place Blood Sands. We call it home. The Ethic Knoll have tended the land from within this cave since before the arrival of the tribes to Twin Elms. He crosses his arms. Be warned, Estremor. We bleed life to nurture it. Our sacrifices may strike you as savage, but the health of these lands depends on them, and it's unseemly for guests to insult their hosts. I'm getting vibes of Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. They're all committing all these terrible things. It's like, is it common to insult your hosts when you go? So you are literally eating chilled monkey brains. So tell me about the sacrifices. Garros spreads his stocky legs apart and locks his forearms. Everything must die to return anew, Estremor. We're Deerwoodens, but they call us Estremorans for some reason. It's another word for foreigner. Through the sacrificial rites, we offer supplicants the honour of giving their most precious gift back to their brethren and back to the land. Why don't you sacrifice yourselves? The dwarf lifts his fist, thick and mottled by red scars. The blood gives us strength. Even the Glanfathans have come to depend on the blood paint. They brim with power before battle, all thanks to the sacrifice of their kin. Tell me about the Ethic Knoll. Our order has thrived for generations. Before we came to Twin Elms, our rights fed the lands of the Eastern Mountains. Now we share blood with the Ear Glanfath. Alright. Remember, Estremor, you're a guest in these halls. Respect our ways, and we'll tolerate your presence among us. Yeah, whatever. Dig. Oh, this is a big place. You know what? I'll explore the rest of this another time, because so far I seem to have a knack for getting myself into trouble around here. And that's a full-size, multi-directional cave. I have to admit, I could have possibly gained the favour of the tribes and those guys, but it would have cost me the Grieving Mother. The Cypher class is just so good, and she's really interesting as a character. Having her permanently leave the party, which she would have done. I'm absolutely certain she would have permanently left the party if I had gone ahead and basically kidnapped that baby girl to be sacrificed. It is so not worth it. We can fight without spilling the blood of innocents. So it seems not all of them believe in the blood paint. I just want to see where this pathway goes. If I can go to the North Weald, as it's called. I can't. I've got to go to Old Song first. I'll come back and pray here. I've got the burial isle. I've got to do the prayer here next. Council of Stars. Pray to the gods there. And then I've got to travel to the burial isle. So let's go to Old Song. It takes 1 hour. I can get to the North Weald first. Then I will come back to Twin Elms. Check out that Blood Druid cavern, whatever it's called. And both the central HUD and the combat log can be minimized if you wish to explore the world with only the character portraits visible. Okay. Mind your path, Estremor. The guided compass trusts easily, but I don't. How does one get to the burial isle? Guard frown, studying a moment. It is not customary for Estremoran to seek it. They have little understanding of its significance. For those who would pay respect, Dorval will ferry them across. He embarks out of the docks in Old Song. Let's see what this place looks like. Oh, this is really cool. Whoa, that's a big old head. Galawain's Moor. Hylia's Shrine. Oh, Hylia, we've got godlike. She's the bird goddess, and we've got one of her godlike right here. Old Song's Pass. Noonfrost, whatever that is. And the Burial Isle and the Hearthsong District. I need to rest this crew up at some point before, in a tavern or something, before we press on further. And I'll put my main save as well, so we're committed now. We have just wiped out Shimok. I handled that quest poorly, I won't lie. Exy's right. I should have maybe spoken to the that little watcher. Maybe I could convince her that this is wrong and gotten the details, because we could have pulled the poisoning off without having to kill everybody else. If that quest, and if the ramifications from that quest, if there are follow-ups from that whole plot line and everything to do with it at a later gathering, I think it's going to count against us quite significantly. But there we are. One must stick with one's character choices if you're trying to be at least most of the way true to the character you're playing, which I am. Oh. Alright, thank you for joining me, folks. I really appreciate it. It's been a nice mellow stream. It's just good to get back into the swing of things. Just a quick bit of credit to give out there to Mr. Hi-Hats. Hang on, Beat Clap, get me that right, yes. Hi-Hats Beat Claps, thank you very much for the $1 donation at the start of the stream. I sincerely appreciate it. Everyone else, thank you so much for coming by and watching. It's just been a nice mellow way to wrap off an otherwise busy and chore-filled weekend. Always a pleasure doing these streams for you fine folks. So, I will be back on tomorrow, of course. If you're not already aware, oh goodness me, I hope people haven't been suffering too much with the bitrate. My buffering seems to be a little bit mad here and there. I didn't realise that was going on, but hopefully it's been okay. I'll have to watch the VOD back. I will be back tomorrow, and Exy, pleasure to have you here as well. Always enjoy it when people pop back time and again to enjoy my narratives and stuff. I'll be back tomorrow. It's the Catharsis stream. I will most likely be doing a bit more Space Marine. I will try and get some more playthrough of Darksiders 2 complete so we can go back into it, get it wrapped up. Definitely be wrapping up with more Magic the Gathering, so I've been playing a lot of that, and I've got a lot more decks that I can play with now to make it more interesting to watch and to talk about and so on, to wind down for the next part. Then Tuesday, I'll definitely be doing some DGDS practice because I've hardly done any, and I'm doing my DGDS slot this Saturday, so keep an eye out for that in the Krayven's Town Discord with the proper announcement, which I'll be doing shortly, probably tomorrow. And of course Thursday, like I said at the warm-up at the start of the stream, is going to be a bit of Darkest Dungeon in the latter part, but we're going to move on to a modded Terra Tech if I have it prepped completely in time. So, alright, the bitrate stopped bouncing around. If you're not already and you'd like to, you can follow me at Krayven_Twitch on Twitter. And if you like the idea of a very friendly community, it's very open, very non-judgmental, it treats you like family and has a small additional focus on mental health, that is Krayven's Town. This is just the streaming complex. Information there and links to both are in the channel panel information below. Otherwise, folks who are in America, have a very good Sunday evening. Everyone else, thank you for sticking with me into the small hours of the morning, and I look forward to seeing as many of you around tomorrow as can make it to the Catharsis stream. And if not, no problem at all. Have a great week until I see you again. Take the very best of care. Good evening.